Hello everyone, it's Yogi here. Um, Hello and happy Tuesday. I know. Yes, Tuesday today, and we're here for a spot of stitching. And so today, yes, we are. I have to come back to see Trevor after a little while. It's been probably nearly 2 months, okay, since I stitched this piece. And some of you might not be super familiar with this piece if you've just joined us. So this is Aimee Stewart pattern, okay, and this is called a vintage toys number 2, okay, and there's a number 1 somewhere there, and I think I've got it as well, even though the title is not super clear. But this is number 2, and by Aimee Stewart, and it's adorable. It's very playful as a piece, and it's got a lot going on there. Let me show you the markup. Okay, there you go. Aimee Stewart has a lot of shelf-based designs, and this is one of them. And I think this is kind of one of the hidden gems as well, because all the other shelf pieces, they're being stitched by quite a lot of stitchers, but this one is kind of slightly hidden, and I fell in love with it since the moment I saw it, and I kind of just kept it in my folder there for maybe nearly a year. Normally, if I love a pattern, I would buy it, but not always stitch it immediately. And I'm kind of just waiting for the timing. And finally, last year, I think it was December, just before Christmas, and we were due for a Christmas start, but I just felt like, I wanted to have a start in the middle of December, and this was one of them. I've been having so much fun with this piece. Just look at all the toys in the design there, and they're all vintage toys. You can probably recognize some of them, maybe growing up, maybe from your granny's, loft, etc. So this is a very sort of nostalgic and really fun piece. And so, as I said, I started at the end of last year, and let me show you the progress. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so here's the Trevor, okay? Here's our friend Trevor, and it's been my pal for a little while. I'm really fond of Trevor. We're besties. And so I started this piece from the upper left there. This is, by the way, this is a full size Heaven and Earth pattern, max color as well. Okay. Oh no, I'm lying. This is not max color. This is a regular color. I need to change my title. I'm lying to you. This piece, for some reason, does not have a max color version. So I was very happy to just stitch the regular colors. And so I started from upper left there, and slowly but surely, with color flow method, okay, I started this piece, if you remember. And let me show you my current progress here. Oh no, I didn't lie. This is max color. My memory is all jumbled. This is max color. If you look at the number of colors at the bottom there, it's precise, exact 240, which is max number of colors you can have with Heaven and Earth max color pieces. And yes, because when I said it was a regular color, I was kind of wondering why it's so confetti. And this piece, some areas are brutal, okay, with confetti. So brace yourself if you want to join me to stitch this piece. And so 240 colors, that's the max color. And currently I'm slightly over 2%. I'm actually very happy about this because, I only started the end of last year, and I have not really stitched this piece recently for a little bit, and 2% is not bad. My traveling library is just about 2% as well, and I feel like I've been working on traveling library a lot more than this one. And so this is where I am. I am going to start with a new spring right here in front of you. Okay, I'm starting this one, chat. You can see it, okay? This is the proof. And I'm going to come back and I cannot wait to say hello to all of you. We didn't get to meet yesterday, so I hope you miss me. I missed you. I've been having a few days teaching a lot of classes, so my whole body, it's quite rare for me to get really sore with my body. And the last couple of days, I had to jump into hot baths, sauna, etc., to kind of, just bring some relaxation to the body. But I'm good. This is good, soreness. So hello, everyone. And let's look at the chat. Who have we got today to stitch with me? And we're going to have a good chat. Okay. So Sarah, hello, Sarah. Oh, a new quote today. Sarah says a strong woman looks at a challenge in the eye and gives it a wink. Yes, definitely. Yes, a strong woman would definitely face whatever's in front of you, isn't it? I think this definitely comes with age as well. So currently, I'm 37, no secret there. And I remember in my 20s, I would run away from everything. I tried to get other people to help me, or, I just pretend the problems are not there. But, growing older is definitely a blessing. So now sometimes, the more challenging the situation is, the more kind of, what's the word? I just feel, I can feel, the inner strength. I just feel like, this is life trusting me to give me that challenge or challenges. And I am going to, overcome whatever it is in front of me with flying colors. So thank you so much, Sarah. I bet Sarah is like that as well. And definitely a lot of winking going on there, Sarah. And thank you so much. And walk away, hello. Walk away is winking already. There you go. There's one strong woman in front of you. Well done. And and we have Ellen as well. Ellen, and yay, it's toys today. I know it's about time, isn't it? Ellen, yes, absolutely. And great to see you, Ellen. And Rajal as well. Rajal, yes, great to see you, Rajal. And everybody is always appreciative of Sarah's quote there. And Laura, not Laura, Clara, hello. Happy Tuesday. And Michelle waving at everyone. Oh, Michelle is probably waving from work club as well. And we also have Linda Diamonds, and Lizzie is also here in the chat, and Needles is joining us as well, and Shelley Lulu is here, and Busy Mom is reporting from work club as usual during weekdays. Great to see you, Busy Mom. And who else have we got? Our lovely Susan is also in the chat. Oh, our new friend, here we go. Cross Stitch Meadow, our Chris is here. And just to say hi today, I'm busy today recording another tutorial for my students, but I'll be listening and watching you guys. Happy stitching. I know, Chris, you're lady's favorite at the moment, okay? No pressure, but I think you're everybody's favorite. So, I just just relax, and I hope you enjoy your tutorial. Chris has got an online watercolor school, so he, that's kind of probably his main gig, and also he's not too shabby floss tuber, new kid on the block, and he's just blowing up no end. So congratulations once again, and we'll get to chat to you very, very soon. And if you haven't read my post on Facebook already, yes, go check out Chris's Etsy shop. We're probably going to do a sale together, okay? Because Chris has got stitching patterns on Etsy as well. And who else have we got? Mandy, great to see you. And let's scroll down. And Suzanne, hello Suzanne, great to see you here. And let's have a look. Maddie, hello Maddie. And Floss Haven is joining us as well. And Alandria, hello, great to see you from the UK as well, and Gayla as well, and Janine, hello, waving, and Scantist and Guy Lane, hello, and Chelsea has been a member for 3 months. Thank you for the membership, Chelsea. Great to see you. And Chelsea says, hi, I'm back from my birthday trip, ready to stitch. Well done. This is the best place, the perfect place to be. And Rose, hello. Great to see you. Rose, are you working today or are you playing? I hope you're playing, but you're probably at work. And let's have a look. Elaine is back with us as well, joining us. And guys, I'll come back to say hello to all of you. And if anybody I haven't said hello to, I will come back to you. Okay. Let's do a warm up with a little bit of stitching. Here we go. So this piece, as I said, I started from the end of last year, December sometime. And I think it's going really well. So I started this piece. In my mind, it was so clear in my mind, I wanted to start this piece with color flow. And I've been making, really steady progress around this corner here. And I go kind of diagonally, loosely. And this was the piece that I kind of stitched color flow for the first time. So I was practicing and I was learning quite a lot. This is really a learning curve in terms of color selection and everything. And so I think for the last time or last couple of sessions that I stitched on this piece, I decided to do a little bit of cross country and also minimum to max. I kind of just wanted to change a little bit of the flavor. But today I think I'm really in the mood to go back to the basics. I want to go back to color flow again. I just feel like I'm happiest stitching this piece with color flow. And I think the reason I have not really stitched this piece much because I felt I was kind of straying away from, how I really want to stitch this piece. With my sleep time, I know I switch methods and I do that with majority of my pieces. But with this piece, I think I was, I just remember how happy I was when I was stitching Trevor right here and his alter ego, okay? And so I want to go back to that. And so this is my plan today to rearrange all my parking threads so I can do color flow again. So there's some areas I have to go in and start to fill up. And this piece is on 25 counts pre-gridded fabric, and this is a spare piece of fabric. So I gave you a little wash, so it explains the slightly fadey gridding, but I can see the gridding very clearly there. So let's have a go, okay? And I am going to, my goal is to rein this piece back so I can do, a proper color flow again. And, but I'm going to warm up, okay? So this area is a little bit confetti, this piece can be very confetti. So I'm going to be very patient today. If it is ninja stitches, I'm going to just do it. I'm not going to escape. Just like Sarah says, when there's a challenge, look at it and wink at it. So today is going to be a lot of winking for me as well. Okay, so let's go. And let me know what you're working on. I'd love to know what you're doing today and what piece is going to accompany you in this beautiful Tuesday. For majority of you, some of you is maybe Wednesday already. Here we go. And Daria, hello, great to see you. Daria is here in the chat. And let's have a look. Oh, Rose is working today. I knew it. But it's okay. We keep you company. So let me bring on my work mode here. So if you're not familiar with color flow, do not worry. I'll explain a little bit as I do it. So color flow is pioneered by Gemma Stitches Gemma. And it's a YouTube channel if you're not familiar with her. And she's got a very unique way of stitching. So this is kind of a method that she came up. And this is how she stitches at the moment. And to be honest, you know, I would not, if you look at the way I stitch, it's entirely possible in terms of choices of my, you know, the sequence I do it, etc. Might be different from how you, if you've been watching Gemma, it might be slightly different, because I think this is the beauty of color flow and Gemma's method. There are rooms for interpretations. So, you know, and also depending on the pattern, Gemma generally stitches regular colors. So, you know, in theory, slightly less confetti, but with more color changes, you might need to modify the strategy a little bit. So this is kind of what I'm doing, and try not to be too strict. Just, you know, my goal is to keep stitching and make it work. All right, already 4 stitches. And yes, I forgot to tell you what color it is. But this one is A03. A03. And Rose says, I'm getting ready for a trip next month to see my children who live way too far away. I'm in the US and will be traveling to California to Texas. From California to Texas is 21 hours drive, but I'm super excited. So Rose is, you're going to drive. That's a very long drive. And yes, I think even just traveling within US can be a very long way, because it's so big, so big. And I hope you enjoy the reunion, and a safe driving, you know, safe journey. I don't drive, just by the way. I have taken lessons, just, you know, never really bother to get a license, because I don't need it living in London. So here we go, 2 over here. So I'm just picking the part threads, the previous part threads, and just do it in order as much as I can. Susan's doing an angel. That's a new piece, new start, I think. And Chelsea, hello, Chelsea Summers is joining us. And Annie B as well says, hi, Yogi and everyone. Yogi, would you mind explaining what color flow is, please? Yes, I definitely will. And first of all, this is a method by pioneered by Gemma. So she's got tutorials. There's a new one recently came out as well. So by all means, definitely go and watch her. But I'll explain to you the concept as I go. So if you're familiar with Gemma's method, and it doesn't matter if you're not. So Gemma originally came up with a method that it's the original 1.0, I think, and which I really enjoyed as well. And then, so the idea is to keep the stitches together. So if you ignore these loose stitches that I did in previous sessions, doing minimum to max and a little bit of cross country, the stitches in theory, well, not in theory, in actual fact, should be attached together. If you look at more around this section, you can probably see no floating stitches anywhere. So you're only allowed to stitch easing away from the edges. That is kind of number one concept. And the reason you want to do that is to keep the stitches, well, I think according to Gemma, I think the reason she wants to do this is she believes that it creates less counting issues. So you're less likely to stitch on the wrong spot. Can't really say that about myself. I still make mistakes, but you know, it should keep you sort of making less mistakes, but also keeping the stitches very neat as well. But for me, to be honest, it's a fun factor, because it's really fun to do it. It's almost like trying to play a game with your stitches. and see how much you can get away with stitching more stitches. You know, you want to, you know, as you look at the pattern, it's like a puzzle, and you start to have a strategy flow, you know, kind of flowing your stitches to a certain direction, and you know, the goal is to create a situation that you're able to stitch more stitches at a time, something like that. And the principle in general is kind of flowing roughly diagonal. I don't think Gemma is even saying that you should. You flow with the colors, essentially. That's really the spirit. You look at the pattern, flow the stitches forward. No boxed in stitches, okay? So wherever you are, there should be at least one end open, like this one. Let me show you, right? So you can have stitches surrounded by 3 sides, but you need to leave one side, at least one side open. So you don't have boxed in stitches like this. These are against the rules. So yes, so it's like a strategy game. This is a strategy game. I really enjoy it. And I think it's quite good for confetti as well, because it kind of forces you to slow down and trying to rush. Because with if you do it cross country, you kind of want to rush around and do all the stitches in the surrounding area, which is fine. I'm in the mood for that sometimes. But with this method, you really need to slow down and just, you know, look at one area at a time, look at the patterns and see, you know, how the stitches flow, really. Okay, let me pick a new color. A23. A23. I've got my needle bore here. A23. So I tend to, I want to follow what a whip tells me to do, because sometimes, you know, on days that I'm sort of less patient, shall I say, I might want to do stitching methods that, you know, in my mind will be a little bit faster. So for instance, cross country will be one of them. And I think I try to do that. I try to do a little bit of cross country and minimum to max, thinking that it might be a little bit faster. But now looking back, it kind of disrupted the flow a little bit. And now I'm trying to get it back. Just be patient and one stitch at a time. Badell says, I stitch the same project which I do Sunday evening. Which one is that? I can't remember. Oh, everybody's got so many different projects. And they're all looking so good. Because on Sunday, we actually did a peekaboo with, with our Facebook group. It was really, really fun. All right. And I think I'm going to pick this one up. And I think it's a 310, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's a 939. It's very dark as well. Ellen says, I'm stitching on a supersized max color, amazing Animal Kingdom. Tried a bit of diagonal method from Chris and started 2 hours ago with the color flow method. Really? Yes, I have not finished Chris's video, I have to say. I just haven't got time to do that because it's quite a long video. I would like to be able to sit down and watch it properly. And, you know, if it's not too scary, if it's not too super neat, I would like to try it as well. But I think there are multiple methods in the video, so I'll see how it goes. But I need to watch it first. So with this method, you also need to embrace a lot of threading, because you're constantly threading and then park, and then thread a different color and then park. Chelsea says, I'm working on my stamped library scene. I'm currently at just over 6%. Amazing, 6% is tremendous. And Floss says, I'm working on my fancy lady. I've been hyper-focused on her for a few days and only have about 1,000 stitches left before it's time to bead. Oh, right, so you have to do some groundwork before you do the beading. Yes, fancy lady is an interesting genre of stitching. And it's normally just pretty ladies in pretty dresses and with beading and maybe back stitching as well. Is there back stitching? Are there sort of different types of embroidery stitches as well? I've never done it. All right, I'm going to pick this one up, 939. Clara says Trevor is the robot on Yogi stitching. Did someone ask? Yes, I know, this is Trevor. Okay, everybody, newcomers, if you never met Trevor before, this is our Trevor, okay? And he's one of my besties. And I spent a lot of, time and effort stitching this beautiful, beautiful face. Very, very confetti. Oh, this area is brutal. Absolutely brutal. So... And Lizzie is still trying to find the stitchy bug back. You will find it. It will come back and bite you. Chelsea's working on Act of God by Long Dog. Samplers, 50%. Wow. Yes, Long Dog seems to be very popular. Okay, so this one I'm actually going to end it. So with this method, it really depends on how you do it and where you take your stitches. You could end up with quite a lot of pass threads, and maybe quite a few of them could be the same color. It's possible. So one of the efforts that you do that I learned along the way is to find ways to reduce those numbers. So sometimes when there's a parkable spot somewhere, maybe slightly far away, so you have to think about, well, how long is it going to take for me before I even get there? If it's kind of, still quite far away, I end the thread. So you don't end up with tons of pass threads everywhere. It's going to scare people, I know some of us stitchers are allergic to pass threads. No, I'm trying not to scare them too much. 939. And I've got my coffee here, and let me have a little sip. Alison Rennie says, evening everyone, working on my Scotland sampler. It's almost all blended colors and also a lot of back stitching. My favorite. Really, Alison, you don't like it? Oh, I love back stitching. You know, I'm always mystified when I hear stitchers saying, "Oh, I don't like back stitching. I just suffer because, you know, the piece is looking is calling for it." I love back stitching. That's the fun part. You know, normally if I have a piece that incorporates back stitching, I normally just, you know, I get really excited and I cannot wait to do back stitching. Love it, love it. All right, this one, one stitch here and park. Rose says my husband will be doing all of the driving. Ro has because I get panic attacks, so it's better to keep me in the passenger seat. The bonus is to just switch while he drives. Right, yeah, you get to stitch. Yes, do you get sort of motion sickness if you stitch in a car? It's different from stitching in a train. I don't know, I never tried it, or on aeroplane. Because airplanes, you don't feel the movement, do you? And in a car, I can't imagine. I can't even read. You know, I can look at my phone briefly, but I can't even read in the car. I'll start to feel ill afterward. So stitching, you know, I'm not even going to try. Okay, I'm going to come back here, okay? I'm going to be brave and come back to this area because this area, quite a few ninja stitches, but I'm ready, you know, face up to reality and the challenges. It's the theme today. Okay, let's go. So I'll probably need to break the rules slightly because of the shape at the moment. This is not color flow. This is not a result of color flow. This is just me doing cross country. So there will probably be some boxed in stitches from time to time, but this is, I'm going to fix it. 992, just one stitch. Scantia says, as usual, I'm working on cute crow. I see some more branches and all right. She says, funny because I had to cut up some fallen branches earlier on. Wow. Is there a storm or something like that? Just one stitch here, literally. But the great thing about this pattern is because relatively every single object of this design, they're not very big. So it's, you know, it doesn't take a long time for you to see kind of progress. So it's not like sleep time. I'm stitching a giant squirrel. It will probably take some time before I even see the shape of it. But this pattern, they're just a lot of small objects. So even though, you know, they're confettis from time to time, it just feels like you are, you know, you can see the progress of what you're stitching, and it's very encouraging. Okay, literally just one stitch there. 992. Lynn, hello. And Lefty Gemini is here as well. Hello, hello. Lynn says, hello, Yogi. Glad you're back. I missed you. Oh, I missed you too, Lynn. How are you? And the cheese and crackers, are they by your side? You need to stock up, you know? You don't want to run out of the cheese and crackers. And hello to Cynthia as well from Lynn. Yes, sending love to Cynthia. Shelley says, I've been stitching one of my chatelaines today. I previously tried color method back when I first started and full coverage, but now I have my own method that works for me. Chatelaine is it's very unique as well. It's a little bit like the fancy lady. They're kind of very unique as a genre. And Ninja Stitch, number 2, 3848, 3848. And it's really good to have a needle board here because quite a few colors, they're already threaded, waiting for me, like this one. Flo says, I can't stop thinking about Yogi starting a puzzle, playing with it a little while, then just packing it away and not finishing. It stresses me out. Serious, Floss. Yes, we're talking about jigsaw puzzles. I think it was the last session. And yeah, this is how I, do jigsaw puzzles. I would take out, normally they're quite large as well. Maybe not 3,000, maybe 1,000. I cannot remember the last time I did jigsaw puzzles. But I would get a nice box. And actually, I had multiple boxes. And I'll take one out and just do, just do a session, however long that is. And normally, it's having a glass of wine with my partner, and we play a little bit. And then, I just put it away and just take everything apart. And next time, repeat the process, maybe doing different parts. And yeah, it's how I enjoy my jigsaw puzzle. Is it giving you a panic attack? I think for some people, I think it's kind of reflection on the way we stitch as well. And I think, I think a lot of stitchers, they need to complete things, right? They need to hit a milestone. And whereas for me, I'm really not bothered. I'm not bothered. I just like to enjoy it in the meantime. That's it. That's my only goal. All right, and 3848, going back, one stitch. 3848. Very nice. And walk away stitching the little sad girl. Yes, the face is so sad, much sadder than I imagined. Because when you only got to the forehead, I could literally just looking at the forehead, look at the brows, I could tell this is a sad little girl. But when I saw the face, I went, my God, this is so sad. Yes, so well done for being able to stitch it. I wouldn't be able to, no chance. 704. Also on my needle board. Chelsea says, how big is this pattern? Are you referring to this one that I'm stitching? If that's the case, I can show you. This is the full size, okay? This is the full size Heaven and Earth. Let me show you the stitch numbers. So it's 650 cross and 464 down. So overall, how many stitches? Let me see. The total is over 300,000. That's it, no problem. Mini. Oh, mini piece, yes. Lizzie says, Aimee Stewart are brutal on the confetti side, I have found. I suppose it depends on the pieces, particularly, with max colors, naturally, you're very much in the confetti territory for sure. But that's part of, you know, the challenges that we embrace, because you do have the choice to choose regular colors. But some of us just asking for pain, you know, we just like a little bit more. Even though the end result, I'm sure the regular colors will look equally lovely. You know, you probably don't really notice, but it's the process that, you know, is exciting, isn't it? Literally going from 90 colors, which is not a small number already, to up to 2040. Not 2040, 240. And I think Heaven and Earth in your max colors for Heaven and Earth is definitely the max, because apparently I've been told by the chat that that's the max number of colors the software, the charting software can handle. But for stitches so beautiful, even max colors could be only up to, I say only up to like 170 or something. So it's not max as in, you know, technically max. Another ninja here, 907, 907. I've got it on my needle board. Stargazer, hello. Yes, Stargazer, you're late again. Okay, spank, spank. Yes, well done for making it here. And Stargazer says, have you guys checked out Chris's Etsy shop? Have we? Have we? Stargazer, where have you been? Are you part of the Facebook group? Confess. We've been talking about Chris's patterns endlessly. Oh, Floss loves backstitching as well. Yes, me too. Yes, the transformation is really fun. And also I love, you know, stitching the outline of an object, because as you stitching is satisfying, and also it's quite dramatic, you know, how the design changes. Absolutely. I enjoy the process and I enjoy the results as well. Let me see if I can find a place to do a tuck in. Single stitch. But a confetti for this piece, it's definitely worth it, because some pieces I'm kind of going, you know, for instance, Little Cake Shop, very, very confetti. There are areas I'm kind of questioning the wisdom of it. You know, it's kind of just confetti for the sake of it. Maybe not, but, you know, in my perception, because I just cannot see the difference. But with this piece, every stitch counts, you know, because all the objects are relatively small. And for instance, Trevor's face and mouth, they're composed by a lot of ninja stitches, and every stitch provides a little bit of a definition. So it's really worth it, really worth it. 907. Ah, Rose is okay with stitching in a car. I don't think, well, I've never tried, first of all, but if I can't even read, no chance I'll be able to stitch at all. All right, next one. It's got a few more stitches. 3765. 3765. Got it. And Donna says, hello from Germany. Hello, Germany. Hello, Donna. Hello, Rachel. Rachel's having headaches. It's okay. Take a deep breath. We keep you company. Just hang out. And drink more water as well. A lot of, water really helps. It's really relaxing doing color flow. And I need to finish Gemma's new tutorial. Seriously, I need to find time to watch it properly, and Chris's videos as well. A lot of homework to do for me. Rachel's worked on Hawaii, chatelaine this past weekend. Interesting. I'm intrigued by chatelaine, but in terms of the kind of look for the pattern, it's not currently, it might change, but currently it feels like it's not really my thing, if you know what I mean. It's not the type of images I would normally want to stitch. But then again, that could change. Never say never. Oh wow, Rachel has 5 chatelaines going, so you're definitely a big fan of chatelaine. Do they normally give do kits as well? So, or do you sort of kit it up yourself, because it requires quite a lot of different specialty threads, etc. Okay, 3760. 3760. I feel like a surgeon. Just have a scalpel here and scissors over there, and here we go. There's a lot going on here. So I have a few down here. So the order I'm stitching is a little bit unconventional for color flow, because I'm trying to fix what I did with my cross country the last few sessions. So I need to kind of do in a way that you wouldn't normally do with color flow. But I'll fix it and it will start to flow again. Chelsea says Aimee Stewart's designs are also available jigsaws. Yes, she's very big in the jigsaw puzzle world. If you go check out Aimee Stewart's Instagram, she probably mentions jigsaw products a lot more than cross stitch. So maybe she's getting more sponsorship from the jigsaw companies. And also, I think jigsaw puzzles generally just more accessible for people, because not many people doing Aimee Stewart's full coverage, in the world. We're pretty niche as a group, but a lot of people do jigsaw puzzles. So I think that's probably why there's a bigger market. But Colin Thompson as well is very big, and probably bigger in jigsaw puzzles, and Aimee Stewart as well. So these ones I'm going to stitch out of order because they're just here, and I am going to park. here. Oh, yes, Alandra. Alandra says, I've never done chatelaine. I keep an eye out. Yes, that's the one I remember now. What Rachel's doing is got octopus treasure or something. Yes, yes. It's violating the seafood policy, but you know, I'll let that one go. And also, talking about octopus, I was laughing out loud when I was browsing Chris's Etsy shop. He's got he's got an offending pattern as well. So for those of you who have been to his Etsy shop, you probably know what I'm talking about. He's got a little piece with really cute octopus there. So he does have a seafood pattern there. If you like seafood, if you want to, you know, break the rules, go for it. Oh, this one's literally just one stitch. I'm going to stitch and end it. 704. Our piece really makes me smile. Seven zero four. Busy Mom says, how am I not to start anything if you keep having sales? My start number is going to keep going up. Busy Mom, I think that boat has sailed. You know, just looking the record of last year, 60, you know, over 60 new starts for Busy Mom. I think, you know, the number is still pretty low up to this point. So I think you definitely have the room for more new starts. And you know you want to. Busy Mom. Flo says Chris's painting is amazing. I know, he's a watercolor teacher, apparently. He's got a online school. All right, this one is the next one. Once I patch up this area, it's going to start to flow a little bit more. So I'm going to do, you know, keep going. 3347, 3348 rather. Rachel says you can order beads and floss kit from European cross-stitch company. This is referring to chatelaine. And they have a waiting list. Depending on what you want, some threads are in short supply. Oh, because they use very special threads. And are they threads that are really hard to get then? Wow. That sounds like a lot of work. So you probably have to be, you know, a big fan to want to go through the trouble to do all that. Or maybe, unless they can supply the kit, so you have everything you need. I'm just looking at this. This looks like a little star shape, isn't it? I didn't notice that until now. So 2 stitches, I am going to end it. Shelley's saying the same thing. You can buy kits for chatelaine, but they're expensive. due to the materials. I suppose it's probably expensive if they use a lot of special sort of, you know, threads and stuff. It's probably going to be expensive either way. Either you get a material yourself, you kit it up, or for someone else to kit it up for you. I hope they're not too big. 3348, 3348. Michelle, exactly. Yes, Michelle has, you know, Chris will have to watch out, okay? You know, Chris, the ladies really, they're really fond of you, but, you know, if you keep breaking the rules, come up with seafood patterns, I don't know. Floss. Yes, Floss is really triggered by the fact that I do not finish my jigsaw puzzle. Even worse, Floss, I'll tell you this. I have never finished a single jigsaw puzzle pieces. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, watching Floss Haven hyperventilating. Yes, I've never done it. Okay? And I'm totally fine with it. All right, next one. 906. Ellen says, I find the color flow method gives very neat stitching. Yes, I think that's an idea. And I think it's even more evident if you're doing lower fabric count, like 14 count. I think it really shows. I think for 25, yes, it's quite neat as well, particularly for confetti area, because you're not traveling very far away. Yes, you park, but you know, the stitches are kind of stitched in order, and you don't have to jam your needles in between stitches, that kind of thing. So everything just come out more neat for sure. And that's what I find with high confetti area, because normally, you know, if I try to stitch somewhere there's a lot of ninja stitches, when I run my fingers through the fabric, I can feel the unevenness, because, you know, there's a lot going on under the fabric. You have, you know, threads crossing over everywhere, but also on the surface, the top part, the stitches are less even. But with this, with Trevor, it's totally smooth, totally smooth. I know visually you probably, you know, cannot see the difference, but it feels good. It feels good when you know the stitches are very nice and flat. But I'm a hypocrite, because when I'm in a mood for cross country, I'll say cross country is the best. Okay, guys, you know that by now. But today, color flow is the king. 906. Betty is triggered as well. I cannot believe you guys just secretly, you know, completing your jigsaw puzzles everywhere. I cannot believe it. I thought everyone was like me. Oh, Rachel has got Max, the Adirondacks. Someone check my pronunciation, please. Has arrived. You know, I'm waiting for my fabric for Max. If it arrives tomorrow, I might start tomorrow, you know. But if it's later, I'll do it next week. And I'll stitch Maggie tomorrow. I love Maggie as well. All right, that one's done. Spooky bingo, Needle says. Which one? Because I've been doing ninja stitches. Remind me which color you're having a spooky bingo with Yogi. Okay, well done, Needle. I think this might be the first one. Well done. Congratulations. All right, next one. I think it's a ninja as well. I'm ready. I'm ready. 3345. 3345. So very short spooky bingo if you're stitching this color as well. 3345. Yes. Walkaway says, when I worked at Jones during COVID, all our jigsaw puzzles sold out right away. Everyone was looking for puzzles to do and learning to do knit, etc. Exactly. Everybody was looking for a hobby so they don't go insane at home. And yes, craft became really popular. I bet jigsaw puzzle is really popular as well, and video games as well, really big. And also a lot of people start learning to cook as well, to bake for practical reasons, but also, you know, because they just have a lot of time at home. So I think my theory is COVID probably expanded the cross-stitching market greatly during that period, and people continue to stitch. I mean, I, for one, you know, I discover the whole full coverage scene during that period as well, and I kept going. So I think, you know, in a strange way, COVID was probably really good for cross-stitching and also craft in general, you know, crafting activities. I think people probably just stop cooking and just want to rush out and go to restaurants afterwards. But I think, you know, a lot of people probably carry on their hobbies that they discovered during the period. 3345. All right, 906. Yes, well done. Sorry, I'm slightly behind with the chat. So, okay, see, it's taking shape. I think it is a star shape. All right, the next one is also ninja. 986. 986. You know, if you're doing a lot of ninja stitches, you have company. 986, that's not correct. 986, oh dear, we've got an orphan again. 986, I've got this dot on my needle board, but it's supposed to be a green. 986, anybody knows what this blue is? 986. See, 986 supposed to be this. 986 is supposed to be a green, right? But I've got this blue instead, which I have no idea. I'll dock it on the side and see if anybody recognizes the color. But I need a 986. Oh, I do have one. I do have one, but strangely, I dot the blue color on the same spot. Very naughty. 996, Rachel says. Look at Trevor's belly. Oh, hang on. Do you think it's not quite the same color? Let me zoom in, guys. You can decide. It looks a little bit lighter because Trevor's belly is more turquoise and this one's more blue. But let me check. Someone says 996. Let me have a look. Oh, hang on. Have a look. Have a look. Have a look. 996? Do you think that's a match? Or do you think this is a little bit lighter? Hang on, let me pour the whole bit out. Okay, so 996. Is that a match? Maybe a match. Guys, thumbs up. Is it thumbs up? 996. It looks like a match. Oh, guys, you're amazing. Or 995. Let me just have a look. 995. No, 995 is a lot darker, stronger. 995. Right? I think it's 996. Who said 996? You're a star, Rachel. Seriously. The aliens in the chat. 996. I think it's, sorry, yes. 996. I think it's correct. Well done, Rachel. Round of applause for Rachel, please. 996. Yes. Yeah. Alien. Alien Rachel. Well done. I think it is. Yes. It is a match. I'm always really happy if I have an orphan thread and I find homes, like correct home for it. And I just feel like, you know, the peace is restored. No one's going to go, you know, without a home. The homeless threats. Yes. I'm so grateful to have aliens in the chat. All of you are aliens. And I love you. All right then, ninja stitch, just one stitch. Yes, well done. Yes. No kidding. Floss is still troubled by the fact that I never finish entire piece of puzzle. The only puzzle pieces I have finished are the digital ones. I have, you know, like there's sometimes, you know, you get like an app that's got jigsaw puzzles, which is not the same, okay? I don't really enjoy those as much, but I have finished those, like little ones. I don't know if that counts. But physical ones, I have never finished one. I'll confess. But I just enjoy, you know, do a little bit, take it apart and do a little bit. That's me. I know, Floss. Deep breath, ujjayi breath, okay? I know. The concept of doing the jigsaw puzzle, finish it, and then glue the whole thing together was such a alien concept for me. Because in my mind, I'm just thinking, why would you want to do that? Because when you glue everything together, it's all over. It's just a picture. You can't play with it anymore. 986. So why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. Lord says I'm jealous of your Zen personality. Or just mindlessness, you know. I'm just not a very goal-orientated person. I like the process. All right, next one, 2 stitches, 936. Nice 3-6. It's green as well. And just 1 stitch, 2 stitches. Chelsea Summer says, my family treats jigsaw as a challenge and see if we can do it in one setting And keep in mind, it's 4 people working on one puzzle. Do you not end up just having a fight? That's what happens with Monopoly. You know the game? If I ever play with my brothers, I always end up fighting. It's a fighting game. Oh, this one, this needle is 26, I think. Hang on, let me have a look. Indeed. I have 26 sneaking in my 28 needles. Chelsea says jigsaws take over our dining table until they're done. And everyone puts a piece or two as they walk past. Well, but you can sabotage it. You can just hide one piece that you can never find, so you can never finish. That's what I'll do. Oh no! But how big is that piece? How do you finish it in one setting? Oh, that just sounds so stressful. That's not how I want to do my hobby. No stress, please. No competition. Let's have a look. Lefty Gemini says, I finished a 500-piece puzzle, sent to my son to get a new one, and he got 2,000-piece flower shop. I'm still sorting 2 months later. Oh, right. So flower shop as in, I don't know whether it's Aimee Stewart piece, but yes, 500. To be honest, I think the ones I've got, they're probably ranging from 1,000 to maybe 3,000. I may have had one box that was bigger, because I generally like to, I like a big puzzle that I can just get confused in, get lost in, and then take it apart again and start again. That's my game. Nine, 3, 6. Ellen, Ellen says we have maybe 20 jigsaw puzzles glued and framed. Really? Where do you put them? Do you hang them on a wall? You need a lot of walls in a house. But the thing is, it's a little bit sad, isn't it? When jigsaw puzzle glued together, it's just a picture. It's just a poster, isn't it? The reason they're jigsaw puzzles is because you can play with them, isn't it? Am I missing something? And one more ninja, and I think things are going to change a little bit. It's going to, be a little bit less confetti from this point on. So, A01. A01 is a brown, just one stitch. Walkaway says, the other half always gets mad playing Monopoly with me. I never want to trade properties. If I have St. Charles Place or whatever, just want to keep it. Yes, I mean, my memory of Monopoly is always about fighting with my brothers, pretty much. It's just it's a terrible game. It'll break up families and break up relationships. Very dangerous game. Janine says, I get so upset when there are pieces missing in a jigsaw puzzle. Yes, that's where jigsaw puzzles and cross stitching actually, go different direction, because jigsaw puzzles is, you need to make sure that you have every single piece there with you. Whereas, if I lose floss, I can just get more, right? like I did the other day. But with jigsaw puzzles, literally the whole thing is game over, really. You can never put it together completely. Oh, that's so sad. And if you really want to annoy the other person, just hide a single piece, just one piece, maybe right in the middle, right? If you pick the ones on the edges, you might be able to fudge it. But if it's right in the middle, staring at you, you can't fix it. A01, not that I've ever done that, okay? It's not a personal story at all. Chelsea says, if I know a piece is missing, the jigsaw goes in the bin. Exactly. Because it's just, you know it's over. Chelsea says, oh my goodness. Chelsea says, I go through the kids' jigsaws at least once a year to check. How do you check? Do you count pieces, like all 3,000 of them, to see if all of them are here? What if there are pieces from other kids, from other jigsaw puzzle get mixed in to a different ones? Oh, the minefield. Jigsaw puzzle is probably too dangerous to play. All right, 3819. 3819. 3819. I've got 3 stitches. Oh, fancy. 3819. And from this point down, it sort of, eases up a little bit with the confetti. 3819. So Susan says, nice, the Mr. Yogi has the same personality as you. Or maybe he just puts up with it, But, neither of us are super uptight about things, or sort of, we're quite relaxed people. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hang on, how does that work? Okay, 1, 2. The colors are so light, it's very hard to see. Walkaway says, I bought a frame finished puzzle in an antique shop, and it hangs on my sewing wall as well. It's a sewing related theme. You know what I would do if I find a piece like that? At some point, I don't know whether you've already guessed it, I will probably try to take it apart so I can play with it. Because if it's just on my wall, what is the good of that? I just buy a picture. Particularly it's a jigsaw puzzle that someone else completed that you haven't even played. What's the point of that? Am I missing something? It's not a jigsaw puzzle if you can't play. So if it was me, I'll probably trying to break it apart so I can play. This bit is still a bit jammed. I think, you know, this is a type of situation why color flow would be quite nice to do, because you can see I have to really push my needle quite hard in order to get into this area because it's so confetti. Whereas if I did in a color flow way properly, every stitch will be nice and open. I don't need to fight it. I think is one of the reasons they want to do color flow. Very nice. And I've got 2 more stitches now. Three, 8, 1, 9. 3, 8, 1, 9. Jeanine says my mom's dog likes to eat jigsaw puzzle pieces, and she had to keep the door to that room closed all the time when she's doing jigsaw puzzles. Oh, feed the dog. You know, the dog is starving. If a dog is so desperate and wants to eat jigsaw puzzle pieces, because they probably look like dog biscuits, you know. So the dog is so confused and so hungry. There's a mistaken jigsaw puzzle pieces as biscuits. 472, 472. Ellen says, for my daughter, it means she's proud she was able to finish the puzzle, and she has maybe 10 of them in her bedroom hanging. But the thing is, does she ever ask and go, Mummy, and now I've done them, and what's next? Is it just the next one, or can I play it again? If I was a child and my mom wants to glue my jigsaw puzzle together, I'll fight her. That will be the end of a mother-daughter relationship. I'll fight her till the end. Say, no, don't do it. Leave it alone. You know, it's entirely possible that you can just complete the puzzle, but take it apart again. Anybody does that? So it's kind of halfway. Whereas for me, I don't even bother to finish it because that's not a point for me. But if you like to complete jigsaw puzzles, can you not complete it and just, you know, take it apart without gluing it together? Just allow it to be played, to be playable again. Anyone? Is it really just me? You just want to glue the whole thing together and call it a day? Four, 7, 2. Floss Haven says, I did all the black puzzle once. All black puzzle. What? It's just a patch of black. That's just lazy. Put some pictures on it. Just black on black. And Flo says it was not fun, but a present for my sister. Oh, see, this is what happens when you don't get along with your sisters. Okay, they give you a puzzle that's all black just to mess you up. And you finished it. So Flo says, so I glued it to hang on the wall because I'm never doing that puzzle again. Oh wow! So that was the end of the sister relationship, is it? So the puzzle, the puzzle literally broke the relationship. Oh dear! But how do you even do it all black? Oh dear! I don't want to think about it. My brain hurts. 3844. 3844. Okay, it's a greenish blue. That looks quite nice. Look at that. That's a star shape. Completed. Clara says, Yogi, you're missing the point. Not everyone sees or plays with the puzzle the same way. Well, I kind of get that because even just look at how people stitches, you know, how people, you know, the stitching method and their approach to managing their webs. Yes, it's a reflection of individuality, isn't it? Let me see if I want to park. I can park. Yes, I'm gonna park here. Ellen says she loves the image so much that she wants to enjoy them, to watch them hang at the walls. Oh, if it was me, I'd be really sad. I was thinking, oh, the poor jigsaw puzzles, they get trapped and glued together. They can't move. Oh, hyperventilating again. All right, next one. 995. These colors are so pretty. 995. 995. One, two. And Chelsea says, I pull them back once complete. Does that mean you take them apart again? Thank God. So they can be played again. And Chelsea says, I do, however, put my Lego set pieces on shelves. That's just as bad. Oh, do you mean you turn it into something and then you just keep it on a shelf like a decoration? Lego, for me, I do that from time to time, not permanently. I would, you know, turn it into like a house or something, you know. I remember playing them and I always turn into a house. That's my thing. And I would put it on the shelf and look at it appreciate it for a few days or maybe for a few weeks if I really like it, and take it apart again eventually. So it's kind of a temporary display for me. But I don't glue anything together, okay? No, I don't. Well, Ellen, that's not quite the same. Ellen says we wouldn't cut off finished projects, do we? We are proud to finish them and to display them. No, we can't undo it with the stitches because it's so hard to frog. I know how hard it is to frog, okay? So that would be crazy. But it's quite easy to take jigsaw pieces apart. Probably because for me, jigsaw puzzles in my mind is not a picture. Jigsaw puzzles for me, in my mind, they're separate pieces. So it's for me, it's normal to keep them in separate pieces. The completion is temporary. Temporary. All right, this part is looking better. It's looking a little bit more like a color flow piece. I know there's still loose stitches, but this bit is looking better. Walkaway says, I spend years and years stitching a piece, thousands of stitches, but have no patience for doing puzzles. Okay, this one, 2 stitches, 3750, 3750. Three, 750. Ah, Clara says, I put them back in the box once I've finished and take them to Goodwill. Yes. Are you ever tempted to keep it and play it again? I wonder. It's quite nice if you send it to charity. But, so someone else can play it. And the other day we're talking about jigsaw exchanges, you know, kind of people swap the ones they've already done. That makes sense as well. But the thing is, if I buy a jigsaw puzzle, it probably means I really like the design, the images, whatever. I probably get a little bit sad to send it away. So for the longest time, I just had the same, maybe 3 to 4 boxes of jigsaw puzzles for eternity. Because I just keep, you know, replaying them. A03. A03. It's a blue. Betty says, I learned how much fun puzzles are from my aunt and her hobby, and they always had at least 1,000 pieces going. They lived just down the road, so I was there a lot. Yes, it's quite relaxing to do pixel puzzle together because it's your focus is on pattern recognition, trying to match pieces, but at the same time, you can chat at the same time, can't you? It's a little bit like stitching. You can watch something or listen to something at the same time as you're stitching. They don't interfere. In fact, it kind of enhances the experience as well, because if you're just doing your jigsaw puzzles or stitching quietly, you probably feel like, oh, you know, I need a little bit of something else. And I think that this is why people love listening to audiobooks or podcast or watching floss tubes. And I think jigsaw puzzle is definitely can be quite sociable as well. You know, you can have multiple people doing together. Stitching, you can stitch together, but maybe not stitching the same piece. It's a more sort of individual kind of activity. All right, I'm going to park it over here. Next one, 820. 820. Lizzie says, I do not do Lego, but there's a Lego Pumbly coming out soon. I love Jane Austen. Oh, I know Lizzie's a great Jane Austen fan, isn't it? $8.20. Janine says, I do Lego at Christmas time. I do Wild Christmas. I do a Wild Christmas Village. It's fun. We had Christmas tree competition at work. I put them, I put a tree in the village, and I guess picked mine as the best. Oh, very nice. Yes, I think Christmas is, you know, it's a great time to do jigsaw puzzles because it's so cozy, isn't it? It's just kind of really accessible thing to do, and it can be very social. It's like playing games, isn't it? Like people get together for a dinner or whatever, dinner party, and people play games. That's kind of that kind of, you know, activities. I mean, some people can be very competitive, you know. Not me. I used to know people that they get really upset if they lose out for, you know, pub quiz or some sort of games. They're really competitive, like just for totally just mindless social games, and they really want to win. They have to win. That makes me laugh. One, two, three. Chelsea says, I put a poster on my desk in the Facebook group is covered in Lego Hogwarts ground. Oh yes, Chelsea is a great Harry Potter fan. Definitely. I'm trying to recall the design I had for my puzzle piece, puzzle set, my jigsaw puzzle set. They tend to be quite busy. That has not changed in terms of, you know, the kind of patterns that I'm drawn to. Lynn says Yogi, my partner, and myself did Buckingham Palace in Lego when COVID was about, and it was expensive when we bought it. It was hard going, but it keeps you busy. Lego with Buckingham Palace. Well, I have mixed feelings about themed Lego. I'm like a purist. I like vanilla, Lego, where just generic pieces, and I can create it, turn it into different things. And I know there are doors, and those are ready-made, elements and windows. But yeah, I have had a few sort of themed Lego sets as well. But I really like just plain ones that, you have to be really creative to turn it into something. 996, 996. But Buckingham Palace sounds amazing. I hope it looks better than my British Isle adventure. Buckingham Palace. It's got a Buckingham Palace that doesn't look like Buckingham Palace. I hope the Lego version is better. One, two. Yes, and jigsaw puzzles, in order to do a large piece, you need a lot of space, like floor space, table space, because you can't really take them apart or fold them, can you? So you literally, if it's 3,000 pieces, you need the physical space for the 3,000 to be able to be there. So it probably takes more space than stitching. 3765. Three, 765. Hi, Amanda. Welcome. Lizzie says, I love Josephine Wall and discover a lot of her artwork through jigsaw puzzle. Very nice. Yes, I think it's a great way to appreciate a lot of artwork as well. I think stitching can be that as well. Even though with stitching, it takes a bit more time before you see any type of completion. But yes, a lot of people, they stitch kind of really well-known paintings, etc. 3765. Okay, I've already have a part thread. Let me start here, actually. Whoops. And Lego can be very expensive, actually. I saw a video a while ago. There was this guy. He's got a YouTube channel. Oops, this one keeps slipping. He's got a YouTube channel, but he's running a business that he buys vintage or used Lego, because kind of collector's item. Well, not doesn't have to be collector's item, but he just goes around everywhere to buy Lego, people's Lego collections, and resell it to other people, and kind of, well, I suppose making profit in between. But he went to this lady's house, and it was her father's, the late father's collection, and it was huge. It was everywhere. The house was really big, and it was taking up multiple rooms, and so the guy just went to the house to check on the quality of the sets, you know, of the collection, and he bought the whole lot. And I think because it was a YouTube video, the guy would actually offer more than the lady was going for. And so the lady was quite shocked at how much those can be sold for. We're talking like, I can't remember, I think we're talking about a couple $100,000 for the whole thing. And a lot of them very rare. Nido says, my local library has an open table with a puzzle, and I will stop by and put some pieces and go, really? Like jigsaw puzzles? That's really, really nice, and very trusting as well. Because somebody could just take one piece and put it in the pocket, and the piece can never be put together. I like the idea there. It's very trusting though, which is probably a good exercise for people. And also I literally have a really nice looking library actually on the top of my street, which I've never been. It was built maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. It used to be a really old building, and they just took it apart and rebuilt the whole thing. So the levels above, they turn into kind of apartments for people. And but the ground floor, they have this library. I walk past every single day, but I've never been in because I couldn't find a reason. I cannot find any reasons to go to library. Guys, can you find me reasons so I can pop in to have a look? Because literally it's been there for years. I just never been there. I've never been inside. Maybe they have a jigsaw puzzle there as well. I can go and play. Ellen says, I watch a TV program and a man needed to buy a second house to store to store all his Lego set, unopened ones even. Oh, so the person is collecting for the collection's sake. The people will just love collecting and keep everything in the boxes. So it's not like he's playing. Ah, wow, you need a second house? Where do you get the money? But the video I was watching, Not, well, maybe some of them were in boxes, but everything had been played. So this lady's dad, who passed away a little bit before that, definitely was a, hardcore Lego fan and playing them for real, not just for collection. He's got a lot of really, really rare sets, and all of them are organized on the shelves and really, really neatly. And they're cross over multiple rooms. So definitely a really, really big Lego lovers. And the sad thing was, he loved playing Legos all his life. Probably had to earn the money in order to get all, the Lego sets. And he passed away just within a month that he retired. So he retired, and then probably, something happened with his body. And then he passed away. It was just so sad, because finally he had all the time in the world to play with his Lego, and he passed away. It's very sad. Betty says our library has a puzzle going all the time also. I never thought of someone stealing a piece. Betty, that's me. I know, maybe it's the byproduct, the side effect of living in the city. I'm just thinking about people who's going to stealing things all the time. And but I think it's really interesting. I see the parallel of that with, when you go to countryside and you have people just placing a little bit, few pears, few apples, and on the roadside for people to just take, as many as they want, and then put a little bit of money there, and in return, that kind of stuff is kind of a trust exercise, isn't it? Is the, you're trading trust for trust. You're showing people trust in order to, kind of get people to become more trusting and be trustworthy as well. So I think it's a little bit like that, which is very nice. I bet they probably get it stolen a lot. That's my theory. They probably just keep replacing it. But I think it's nice when people do something that that kind of just show that they're trusting you. They're not worried that you're going to do something weird, And that's not what I can say about BBC. Yes, we talked about this before. I don't know, maybe people outside the UK probably never heard of this. We have something called TV license. Literally, it's a license for owning TV. I know, how absurd. Yes, so it's basically the fund goes to BBC, I think. So BBC is it's a channel or channels that they don't have, it's supposed to be non-commercial, okay? I don't know how true that is, but no adverts. So the only source of revenue of income for them will be coming from people's license money. And it's been around for a long, long time, probably since the birth of BBC, I don't know when. And so there's such a thing that's called TV license. And people just pay them because they just think if we own, if you own a TV, you have to give them money. And I only found out this year that it's not true. You don't have to pay them because you own a TV set. I have a TV, so I thought I need to give them money. And it's, not a small chunk of money either. It's like, how much? Currently, I think it's about 170 per year. Like every single year, you need to give them £170 for nothing. I mean, if you watch BBC a lot, or if you watch TV, Apparently, even if you just watch normal TV, you have to pay them or something like that. I don't know. Maybe someone can verify in the UK. But I was always told that if you have a TV, you have to pay for it. And, you know, this year, I just decided to look up the rules. No, you don't. If you don't watch BBC in any shape or form, you don't have iPlayer, you don't watch them on, you know, through apps on TV, you don't have to pay them. So I just wrote to them and go, I'm going to cancel it. And they let you do that, but they give you a lot of warnings. Like, oh, if we catch you, you know, there's going to be penalty or whatever. I mean, literally, my TV is not connected to any channel whatsoever. I use it for games. I use it for Apple TV, which has no BBC content on it. And so that was that. So I cancelled it. And you know, they have to let me do it because literally I go, well, I have not watched you for years. We're not just talking about this year, like long time. I have not watched any normal TV for years now. And so that procedure went through. And the other day, someone rang the doorbell, knock on my door. Okay, and there was a BBC guy. The BBC guy, guys, I know it's a culture shock. Okay, if you never heard of this, you probably go, well, there's a TV guy, you know, TV license guy, BBC guy going around, you know, the houses, knock on your door, cold. Okay, no appointments. Not like, hey, can we come over and have a check? No, they're trying to catch you. They're trying to catch you. So they just knock on your door. If they know you're in, they demand to come in. Okay, this is 2026. And you have to let them in. So this guy can pop up, turn up at my door. And my partner say, well, we kind of canceled it. The guy didn't believe it. Because it should be on their database, you know. They shouldn't even come over here at all. But I think like they're trying to catch something. And we have to let this complete stranger into the house. And we're in the middle of something. And this guy just walked in with a clipboard or God knows whatever device he's got. And demand to look at our TV. So I go, I think they're trying to check whether you have those TV boxes. I don't know why people still use those, like a free view type of boxes. I don't know whether you have in your countries. And he kind of checked on our TV there, and underneath there were few devices. And so he kind of smiled as if he caught something, you know. Oh, this guy is so weird. He kind of looked, what is that? He goes and pointed at my PlayStation out of everything. This guy probably goes to everybody's house, checking on everybody's, you know, TV. He did not recognize PlayStation. And he was going, hey, what's that? And I go, well, it's a PlayStation. And he kind of went quiet a little bit. And I've got a PlayStation and Xbox there as well, and Switch and everything, but no TV related, you know, boxes or anything. So he looked very disappointed. And he went as far as, guys, he went as far as asking me to turn on the TV, because he's trying to catch you just in case, if you've been watching TV and then turn the TV off, when you turn it back on, it will probably show what you were doing before, right? Just in case there's BBC news just flowing there. And of course not. My TV is not even connected to TV channels because I don't watch any of it. So I turned it on, he had a look. No, he was very disappointed. There was nothing. So he went away. That was a strange encounter. You know, 2026, you know, you have to allow a stranger to come into your door to check on your TV. That's it. That's a strange alien encounter of the third kind that happened to us just a couple of weeks ago. I hope this is very unique here. I hope it doesn't happen to you. Susan says, more of the story, do not invite Yogi to your home. If you're a jigsaw on the go, she will steal the piece. Yes, not only so, I'll steal the one that you cannot replace, you cannot fudge, right in the middle. So I don't know how I can figure that out, but I can always try. Yes, Susan, you're right. Yes, they kind of treat you like you're a potential criminal. You're trying to lie to them. And the reason I thought about that is because we're talking about trust, right? We're talking about trust. They treat you like you're just trying to lie to them all the time about watching BBC channels. And Chelsea says, if you watch the BBC or watch TV, you need to pay TV licenses about 14 a month. Yes, majority of people, I normally pay yearly, so it's 170. It does sound like quite a lot, but you know, I had not watched any of that garbage for maybe over 10 years, and I pay them every year until this year. Michelle says, the TV police really, wow. Yes, Michelle, it's true. It's so weird, isn't it? It may be the only, you know, UK may be the only country that's got this. Because a lot of the countries probably have ad-free, you know, sort of national TV stations. But a lot of them probably get funding through other means or even tax money. But that's not what they're doing. They are charging individuals, each household, more money, and they treat you like criminals. It's scandalous that they're allowed to do this. And you know, I don't know where the money goes, because clearly their databases do not talk to each other. Because if my cancellation actually showed up on whatever system he was accessing, he would have known that this person has cancelled. But he still turned up, clueless. So I don't know where the money goes, guys. You know, they charge you a lot of money, but they're not improving their database at all. They're not improving their system. So they're sending guys like this poor gentleman. Well, he seemed like a nice guy. He's probably just trying to make a living, having this, you know, diabolical job. And, but, you know, he's wasting his time, his life doing something like this. You know, it has no benefit for anyone in the world other than BBC. Floss says, we had the same TV license thing in Norway, and they had people knocking on the doors checking. Oh, the same as here then in Norway. It's baked into our taxes now, much better. Yes, well, I suppose they can get tax money. You know, I think quite a lot of countries do that. But to go around people's houses, knock on their door, trying to catch them watching some rubbish TV. Seriously. I mean, they need to rethink about the whole thing. And they're so deluded. They think people really want to watch BBC. You know, I joke about them being quality channel, maybe once upon a time. I don't think they are. It's just full of rubbish. Not that I know. I haven't been watching, okay? I just presume they're rubbish. But TV in general is just rubbish, isn't it? I do not watch TV. Mandy says, I never let them in and I don't pay a license. Yes, but they would demand to come in though. So do they just go away if you just send them away? Because, you know, if you're not in, they probably have to come back again. But this guy just turned up and go, can I have a look at your TV? And yeah, they let him in. It's scandalous, scandalous. It's crazy. And in Sweden as well, Suzanne says, same, they put in the taxes. Yes, they could do that and basically just absorbed by the taxes, right? But are they putting additional amount on top of the tax, your taxation? Or it's just become part of taxes, whatever it is that you're paying, income tax and whatever, NHS. It's just so sad. I feel bad for this guy because no one likes him, probably. He's a nuisance. And that job, I can imagine, probably is not going to be around for too long, because can you imagine just sending people around the houses? You know, people are weary about security and everything, and you have to let a complete stranger inside your house whenever they want. No appointment. Just knock on your door. So what happens if they turn up and they go, can I look at your TV? And you say no. Then what happens? Do they just leave? Ginny cannot believe it. I know. Ginny says, you have people go to your houses to see if you're stealing TV. That's awful truth to be told. I know. I think it's just a terrible kind of legacy thing they just keep doing, because no one is challenging them. You know, it's kind of a legalized robbery. They're allowed to steal money from you and threaten you. If you look at the letters they send to you, or email they send to you, it's very, very intimidating. They're trying to scare you into paying. And I'm just thinking, well, if it's such a quality channel, such a great TV the whole world wants to watch, why do you have to, do this? People are just, you can't stop them from watching you because you're so great. So I think it's something weird going on there. A23. And I'll give you a little bit of inside information, okay? A23. When I was working as a designer, I actually went to see them for a couple of interviews, because I was working as a contractor, and contractors are quite in demand in London, and so I was invited to see them a few times. Guys, I know where all license money goes. I have inside information. A23, let me just pick my thread. All the money goes to, well, partially, a lot of it goes to contractors. You know, the rate they're paying, they're one of the highest rates for people, they hire to do their IT work. And I think they have to put it like that, make it quite high, just like sometimes with government contracts, because they're so boring and they're so behind with what they're doing and so bulky. In IT, everybody's talking about being agile, working smart, and working fast, quick turnaround, and minimum bureaucracy. They're the complete opposite. So in order to get anyone decent to want to work for them, they have to put a rate up. But no one wants to work for them. I went to talk to them and I'm going, oh, that's a deadbeat contract right there. I walked away. But, you can see where the money goes. All the money goes to infrastructure in their own pockets. They have very nice offices and a lot of benefit for employees, probably great for employees. But all the money they take, they're from you, or if you live in this country. That's not how an organization like that should be run. They're not mindful with the money at all. If they, I hear people working there for BBC, they would take more than enough people to do a project. Normally in a normal company, let's say if you need a team of 5, they probably have 15 people. Why do they care? Because they have money. They don't have to earn the money. It's inconsequential for them. So there you go. BBC, that's BBC for you. Yes, Suzanne says public channels are paid by that. Yes, I wouldn't be offended if it's part of taxation, but it's not. They come to your houses to check on you, to see if you're cheating. They assume that you're cheating. And that's what I was, what I was talking about. If you presume people cheat, they probably will, because you do not trust them by default. And nice, Suzanne. Jeannie says, I pay 160 a month for TV. For TV cable, it's robbery. Yes, but TV cable, you have choice. You have a choice. You can unsub, right? And 160 per month, what do you get? Do you get like sports channels? Because I don't know anybody still have those like cable packages. There used to be before the whole internet situation blew up. I think there used to be like Sky TV. I don't know if Sky TV is even a thing anymore. Oh, this one's so short, I can't stitch anymore. I have to remove. Let me pick another one, 3750. Because no one is buying those packages anymore. I mean, you can watch anything from the internet. And there's, Netflix, there's Prime, everything else. Rather than have those, bulky TV packages. 3750. But $160 is quite a lot for TV only. Nido says you would not. I would not let them in. Are you sure he was who he said it was? Maybe he put a camera or mic. Oh no, don't get me paranoid. I think he was. I don't know. I hope so. But what happens if you turn him away? Is he not going to get really mad and start accusing you of doing things? I don't think I can't remember the last time we got visited by a BBC person, probably because I've been paying all these years, so they didn't have to turn up. But as soon as I cancelled it probably in January or February, and this guy popped up. Very, very weird. I probably would have thought twice if I was alone. I was very close to asking him to show me the ID, but then I thought, well, I have no idea what an ID looks like. He could have a fake one. So I thought it was futile. But Mr. Yogi was around, so it was kind of okay. But otherwise, it's quite scary, isn't it? He could have been anybody. But it's the fact that this type of practice is allowed to happen. It's so weird. So weird. Suzanne says it funds the radio too for public radio and stuff. Yes, BBC also have radios and etc. That's fine, but they turn it into a thing that's separate from, if they need funding, fine. If you want to make rubbish TV, most boring TV or radio programs on the planet, and you want to, the country to fund it, or taxes to fund it, fine. But they turn into this weird situation that individually they charge you, and they presume that you would lie to them, and they send people out trying to catch you. That's super weird. Chloe, hello. Chloe says, good evening, just heard your story, Yogi. I'm also in the UK. You don't have to let them in. They have no legal right unless they have a warrant. Oh, I didn't know. I never had one knocking on my door. I heard about people like this going around. But I was paying them all along for years and years and for eternity. So they didn't have to come and trouble me and harass me. But yeah, it's so weird. I didn't know because I thought, well, if I didn't let him in, can he do something? You know, I don't know. So you can just turn him away, can you? Oh, I bet this guy is having a good time doing his work every day. No one likes him. It's a terrible job, I think. Florence says, don't you think he showed up to check because you had cancelled? Yes, I think that was probably, but he pretended he didn't know that I cancelled it. He was kind of looking at his devices and kind of go, oh, did you? When did you do that? Have you got an email? And I say, yes, I have email confirmation. And I expected him. Floss, you have a point, because when I said I have emailed confirmation and everything, and I expected him to ask me to show him the email. He didn't. So I think he knew. He was just trying to come. He was sent here to catch me. Oh, Floss, I think you have a point. Oh, that's very sneaky. That's creepy, isn't it? And that's what BBC's doing to people. Because I was thinking, well, what's happening to your database? I cancelled it. I've got a confirmation. And how come you have no idea? He just pretended that he didn't know. Oh, that's creepy. That's very creepy. 311. I hope this guy, this poor guy, find a new job. This is not a good way to live. Seriously. And maybe at some point he's going to pop up again. From time to time, it's going to be a monthly visit. We're going to be besties. We're going to be like first name basis. Trevor, is that you? You here to check on my TV, are you? Yes. Next time I'll make him a cup of tea or something. Elaine says there's no way I'll let him in unless I have a warrant. Yeah, I didn't know. I have no experience. Oh, now I'm gutted. The guy came in, pointed at my TV and asked me, what is that? Well, it's my PlayStation, sir. Have you not seen this before? And you looked so disappointed when you walked away without saying, oh dear. Maybe they have a certain quota they have to meet. They have to catch enough people each month to get paid. I don't know. Poor guy. Get a new job, okay? It's much better. Right. I didn't know that you can just refuse them. So how would you say it? If you want him to go away, I need to practice for next time. If this guy dare to turn up again, I need a script. How do I say it? So can I just say, no, I'm busy. You cannot come in. Nido says, it says on the internet that you're not obligated to let me in, that you have the right to refuse. I didn't know that. Yes, it's really good to know. It's really good to know, because next time, no chance. They're stepping in. No chance at all. Because, afterwards, we're kind of thinking, whoa, can people just come in to your house like that? And that's allowed? Janine says, I've never heard of having to pay a license for TV. That seems odd to me. It's probably just age-old thing that carries through till modern days. And because for them, it's probably nice, bit of money for BBC. So why would they want to change? Why would you want less money when you can have more? So unless there's some sort of fundamental, shift in terms of if they're being challenged, and I don't know who's going to do that. They're probably all in it together. They have to be challenged, and the whole system has to be wiped out and start again. The whole BBC public TV situation. They produce a lot of junk, to be honest with you. A lot of like reality TV type of things, like a lot of competition type of things. It's just condescending and just no calories whatsoever, empty calories. Junk food, and not even entertaining. That's why people don't watch them anymore. Busy moms, yes, that's the problem when you walk away, because we could shift any direction with this chat, okay? And Busy mom says, I left, you were talking about Legos, and now you're talking about theft. Yes, we're talking about a big fat thief called BBC. Janine says 160 a month I get internet. Oh, including internet connection, okay? Local channels and 30 cable channels. Oh, not internet connection. You probably mean access to the internet. Okay. As in browsers. Local channels, 30 cable channels. I'm thinking of cancelling the cable part because just to keep the internet. I also pay for Netflix. Well, back in sort of cable days, when people used to have cable channels, it was the only source that you can watch decent movies. I think a lot of people probably got those, like Sky Movies, etc., because of the movies. And but things have changed so much. You have so many outlets, subscription that you can have TV like Netflix and Prime, etc., all sorts. And the problem with that type of TV packages is probably 80% of what you're getting is just junk. A lot of weird channels that no one watches, they're being included, and with adverts and everything. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think you need it unless, there's sort of special channels. Some people may want to watch live sports, etc. But I think a lot of sports, probably you can have separate subscriptions as well. Yeah, it's just a thing of the past, isn't it? It's just things have changed. Susan, okay, Susan has a theory. Susan says, maybe he stole your material from your duvet and floors. Do you think this guy sneaked in and swapped my duvet and stole my floors simultaneously? Susan, that's a theory I like. I'm going to blame this guy for everything that happened to my life. That's not right, including the 2,000 stitches that I have to frog. I bet it was him. Janine says, this guy didn't have a uniform or name tag. No, the guy was just wearing very generic clothes. It didn't look like a uniform, kind of like a top, like a shirt and trousers. But he did have some sort of badge. I could have asked him to show me that, but I probably couldn't tell the difference. Anybody, even I could use my printer and print something and laminate it. It would look official. So I didn't think that was the point. He was wearing something, I think. and holding some sort of device and clipboard. Nido says BBC has to change their business plan with the whole internet changing the space. That's the problem, because these people, these dinosaurs, you can definitely tell by the time, just the fact that I went through a couple of interviews with them, just listen to them talking. These are the people who are not very interested in changes. You know what I mean? They're very comfortable and they're very settled with their ways. They're not interested in changes, and they like to do things slow because it's inconsequential. They have no one to answer for. They don't even have to answer for taxpayers' money because they just take money from you separately. So they're very comfortable with what they're doing there, and that's the problem. Unless, all the top executive, the older generation die out, and when people stop watching BBC completely and stop paying them license, if it gets to the point that is starting to show that they have to do something, maybe they will do something. Otherwise, I doubt it. It's like, why should they? It's a nice bit of money. 317. Hello, Dolly. Hey, babe. Dolly's looking very suspicious. I don't know what she wants. Betty says, but BBC is free here in the US, at least here. That's interesting. Yes, they're not going to go around and knock on your door in America to charge you. They probably wish they could, but they punish people in the country instead. And yes, BBC World is free to the world, but it's a bit of a propaganda, isn't it? It's like, hey, it's the best news source in the world, really? No agenda, really? They like to believe they're the be-all and end-all, but time has moved on and they have not noticed yet. Michelle says, under your current system with the BBC, at least you got to opt out. Under taxing method, you have no choice. I'm not a fan of taxes. There's so much waste, fraud here in the US. So that's taxation as a whole that you're referring to, right, Michelle? Well, I don't know. It really depends on the country's policy. If you say, well, BBC, okay, you just want a really condescending, public TV channel, 2026, if you think that is still relevant and it's making the country better, okay, I'm going to let that one go. And you can, I think the problem is when you're taking, money from taxes, you probably have to answer to the taxpayer in some way. But when they're just taking license money, that's a bit different. It's not taxes as in, you give us a bit of money like council taxes, we improve, your environment, whatever. This is just giving you rubbish, empty content. And they just keep making really sort of self kind of indulgence, a lot of programs and documentaries, and not really looking out of the world. On YouTube, there's so many really high quality documentaries and investigation about everything that's happening every single second as we speak. And they're hiding in their little basement thinking that they're making the best documentaries in the world. And a lot of time they don't even make it. They just go out and buy independent content creators' content and pass it as their own and just pay them a bit of money. That's it. They commission. Yes, they commission sometimes for people to do it. So yeah, it's a bit of a scam, I have to say. Lynn says, Yogi, next time hide behind the sofa. Yes, yes, I'll try to do that next time. But it's me and Mr. Yogi, though. Can both of us hide behind the sofa? I don't think our sofa is big enough. We need to hide behind something else. I'll need to come up with a strategy. You know, I really don't fancy the idea that someone can just knock on your door anytime, anytime. And it was quite late. It wasn't late as late evening, but it was evening time. They're probably trying to catch you after work, you know, just so they can come in. And that guy probably thought we're fools, actually allowing him to come in. I have no idea. One, two, three. Busy Mom says, or don't answer your door. The thing is, though, if the light is on and I don't answer the door, the guy is going to keep banging on the door and keep ringing the doorbells. Can you imagine? Because you can see from the outside if your light is on. They're really like mobsters, aren't they? And why should I hide in my own house, you know, and try to avoid people coming in to harass me? That's the question. All right. Next one, 3842. 3842. See you later, walk away. Have a lovely rest of the day. That's really funny. Walkaway says, put out a no BBC allowed sign. Yes, there are people putting signs on the doors says no junk mail or no cold calling. I'm gonna print out one that say no BBC. Very good. Walk away. Oh, you're going to dentist. Oh, fun and game. Yes, enjoy it. The other day, I think one of his stitchers says it's great to see dentists because you get, you know, you can go under and have a sleep. Well, that's one way of enjoying, dental visit. Oh, this is not a right color. 3842. What have I taken? 3842. That's not a right color. 3842. Oh no. I took the wrong color. 3842. This is so weird. Let me show you what happened there. So 3842, clearly it's a blue, right? Because I've got a single strand left. I totally missed it and took a thread that's underneath. So that's why I thank God I checked. It's supposed to be a blue, but yeah, it ended up taking a brown. So this is the last strand here. I'll need to top it up. 3842. How strange. 3842. Oh no, this is very confusing. 3860. I know, Janine. Dolly's like powering on. I think she wants something. Let me have a look. Let me just have a look and figure out what she wants. I think she wants to go out from the front door, front window. So let me just have a check, okay? I'll be... Right. She wants food. So I just put a little bit of food for her. She's happy now. And Ellen says, my husband was really a cable lover until I cancelled it. And now we stream a lot. But we still have Netflix, HBO, Max, and Sport. Yes, exactly. You can, you can cater for what you want, and you can sub or unsub any kind of content that you want. And there's no need to get like a bulky cable. It used to be like everybody's got a cable package. A majority of the content is probably just rubbish channels everywhere. The Sky, as in cable channel, I think it's a thing of the past. Let me just have a check on I'm just getting a strange kind of warning there. Let me just tune it down a little bit. Betty says, I rarely watch BBC, not the news for sure. Yes, why would you? There's no need to watch BBC. I mean, I don't know, the news everywhere, all over the internet. Janine says, we have PBS here, and I hardly ever watched it. It's sort of like going to church. That they constantly ask for money, really. Yes, I think most countries probably have some sort of public TV channels. I mean, it's a thing of the past, It's back in those days when they feel like they need to have a country's channel, TV channel, so they can preach to everyone in a country. But I mean, who has time for that type of content, really, nowadays? I mean, people want to choose where they get their information from. Oh, is it chocolate time? Have we missed it? No. Oh, it's never too late, never too late. Yes, Chocolate time, Lizzie says. Yes, we kind of, you know, missed it, the normal timing, but never too late for chocolate. I was thinking, yes, I think we're missing something. Yes, our chocolate time. We can have it now. How about that? Go. Chocolate time. Yes, we can have a bit of chocolate time. Why not? Here we go. Let me zoom out. Yes, totally missed it. We're engrossed in chat, you see. So here we go. Lynn say, Yogi, what is Chris's name on Etsy, please? If you just go to his channel, if you look up Cross Stitch Meadow, his YouTube channel, there's a link. Oh, or maybe I can post it here. Hang on. And it's on Facebook group as well, Lynn. But just in case people are not familiar with what's happening, let me post. Let me see if I can find a link. Okay, hang on. So what's happening is Cross Stitch Meadow is some new kit in town in terms of floss tubing. Hang on, let me just find the post first. I cannot find the link. And I'll post in the link here. In the chat here. Copy. Let me see if I can post it here. Okay, so I've just posted Chris's Etsy shop, and he's got a TV, not TV channel, a YouTube channel as well. And let me just zoom out a little bit. Ready for chocolate. Okay, chocolate time, chocolate time. And so his YouTube channel kind of blew up recently because I just hear so many stitchers mentioning. I think he's only got 2 videos out, which is extraordinary. And both of them are getting a lot of attention. Let me find my chocolate. Where's my chocolate? And yes, right here. And it turned out he's also a designer as well. He's a watercolor teacher, and he's an artist, and he actually charts his own artwork and turn them into patterns. So he's got an Etsy shop that you can buy, and they're really adorable. I was, you know, I was so happy to see that. Cheers, everyone. Chocolate, giant chocolate buttons. Let's take a break, okay? The chocolate time is mandatory, okay? It's just part of the deal. You stitch with Yogi in the chat. You bring your snacky. And yes, chocolate time. Yeah, yum. No sound for you? Do you have sound now? Yes. So I walked away for a minute. I muted the sound. Maybe that's why. But it should be back, right? Yeah, so I think well, I don't know when it's happening yet, but I think it would be quite nice to do a stitch together with one of the Chris's patterns, because they're really adorable and they're not very big. They're kind of like nice little smaller pieces that you could do. And I think some of you have already started. Who's having taco salad? Is that a snack? Well, taco is snacky, isn't it? Yes, busy mom. Okay, busy mom says I'm going to skip chocolate time. It's dinner for me. Yes, because it's always dinner time for Busy Mom when we're streaming. So let me just have one big chocolate button. Yum. Michelle says, I'm eating homemade cookies that a friend just dropped off. Oh, how nice of friends. So the friend actually made the cookies and shared the cookies with you. That's so nice. Delicious. Just going back to the comments, Rachel says, it all sounds like something out of George Orwell's 1984. I think the spirit of public, sort of national TV channels, you could, look at it kindly and think that's the government's trying to provide a space, ad-free, no commercials, and, providing educational. That's the key. See my hands going there? Educational content for people of the nation, and, the culture stuff. And maybe once upon a time it was like that, but imagine if you have a channel that's supposed to be official, that's approved by the government, working with the government, what kind of content do you think they're going to, put out? And also in terms of their sort of where they stand politically and everything, they're not going to go against the, whoever is running the country, are they? So in a way, it's a bit like that. It's a propaganda machine to a certain extent, if you look at it cynically, which I am, and I should. So generally, I just don't really pay attention on what they're saying. Oh, it's a Taco Tuesday, is it? And fish and chips Friday. Janine says, I'm having fish, rice, and pea, no chocolate later. Yes. I don't know if you can replace chocolate with fish, but I'll let that one go. Enjoy your food. Betty's eating popcorn. Yes, that's very snacky, you may. Oh, Susan, Black Forest is back. Congratulations. Very nice. Yes, you don't want to run out of chocolate, okay? It's important. Let me zoom in. Let me have one more button. Why not? I'm a little bit peckish. There you go. Giant chocolate, bigger than Travis. Not Travis, Trevor. I'm so sorry. I just misquoted your name. Okay, Trevor. We're still besties. Janine says, I'm going to work on Marvelous Circus tonight. Yes, that piece is so much fun. Kind of similar to this one. It's got shelves. And Lizzie is a big fan of Green and Black's chocolate, 85%. Yes, it's very creamy, isn't it? All right, let's have a look. Is Green and Black's British? I wonder. Do you guys have Green and Blacks? All right. I'm going to do these ones. Nice 39. Nice 39. Oh, I need to be careful with the chocolate. Suki, hello. Suki says, in regards to the master set you're working from, do you add a whole scan to the card or just a few strands and add as you need more? The latter. So in the beginning, particularly with my CXC, my last set, I actually loaded the entire scan, and so it just ended up being very bulky. So now I've learned a lesson. With DMC in particular, I just put a few pieces and just top it up as I go. So it's a lot more lightweight that way. So if you have master set, you won't need a separate organization for the remaining bits. Kind of a storage system as well. And with DMC, it's very easy because I've got a DMC drawer. So far, it's a breeze to work with. It's very easy to find scans, colors. But my CXC, I need to work on it. The CXC it's not easy. Michelle says, never heard of green and blacks. Okay, so maybe it's European or maybe British. I'm not sure. It's kind of popular over here. It's considered one of those sort of quality chocolates, like dark chocolates. And the other day I saw this video as well. Someone was testing the blood sugar level. The differences between milk chocolate versus dark chocolate, about 70% upwards and 100% dark chocolate. I mean, 100% dark chocolate, one can imagine it's got no sugar in it. And it's very difficult to eat, but it doesn't spike the insulin, the sugar level at all, which is not surprising. But the great news is anything that's 70% upwards, the dark chocolate range, is the blood sugar level is staying very stable, very stable. It's got a little bit of sugar perhaps, but a lot easier to eat and is much better for you. Yes, Michelle, just one more item to smuggle, okay? I think your contact will have to work quite hard. Yes. Yes, go for it. All right, this one down here. That's looking nice, isn't it? Because when we started, it was looking slightly iffy. It was a big chunk missing there. But with this method, even though, it takes maybe a little bit more time, but it's looking good. It's looking good. If I may say so myself. And see you later, Lizzie. 99. Enjoy your sleep, your rest. Michelle says you would need a bigger suitcase. Yes. Just get the entire year's worth of chocolate, fully chocolate time. And also, you probably need to add some spare for, for them being stolen, by the kids. You have to take that into consideration and add a buffer zone. Busy Mom says I used to hate dark chocolate because but I like it now because I had to stitch. I will not eat regular chocolate with my diabetes. Yes, I think regular chocolate, depends on the brand. There's a kind of a genre of chocolate snacks over here. Literally has very, very little chocolate in it. Like, Mars bars and you name it, tons. Kit Kat is probably one of them. It's mostly sugar and carbs and fat, very little chocolate in it. So if you're looking for that chocolate benefit, you're not going to get any. It's just really just sugar and fat. And probably not very good for diabetes, if you're diabetes. Michelle says, I hide my chocolate. But I saw last time it was stolen anyway. They know how to find it, Michelle. They're your kids. They know they know they can work out when mummy finds her chocolate. Janine says, "Oh right, yes, Ellen's from Belgium. Yes, a lot of chocolates from Belgium, but Belgium chocolate, they're quite popular. You can probably get them in most places because they're known. Swiss chocolate, Belgian chocolate. I can't tell them apart though. I won't be able to take a bite and go, oh, this is from Sweden, or Switzerland, and this one is from Belgium. I bet some people can. Just zoom in a little bit. This bit is so pretty. Dragon Lady, hello. Welcome. Late for the class, Dragon Lady. Oh, naughty, naughty. Dragon Lady says hello, Yogi and group. And the group, I see chocolate again. A subject of interest. Just have free trade almond butter wrapped in dark chocolate bar. Okay, almond butter and chocolate bar. Yes, definitely. They go together. Yes, thumbs up for me. Nuts in general just go with chocolate a lot, really well. Let me do this one first. Oh, strategy game. I have a strategy. Yes. Ellen says green and blacks isn't from here. We have most common Côte d'Or. Yeah, green and black. Who knows? Maybe it's British or somewhere. It's probably not American because no one knows them. One, two, three. Today is flowing a lot better because the other day I tried to color flow something. I can't remember which project. It just wouldn't flow. I think when you're picking the method, the project doesn't want to be stitched in, you're in trouble. It just doesn't flow. But when you pick the right one, it flows. The few brands, they're quite good. There used to be one, I can't remember the name. It's an independent chocolate bar thing. It's called, but it's quite pricey though. The same size bar that I have for, you know, Montezuma's, it's almost double the price. A regular bar of chocolate was, oh, I think it was £6 or something. So I stopped buying them because it's just not, it was good, but not so good that it was worth it. But I can't remember the name. I suspect it was probably one of those independent brands. They just charge you a fortune. Can probably do this one as well. There. Dragon Lady says, Yogi, can we move the 16th of May up to this Friday? I want to start my little red-haired girl making a wish. Naughty, naughty Dragon Lady. You were late for the class and, you know, you demand the marathon to be moved forward so you can start sooner. No, Dragon Lady, stay, you know, stay with us. Do not rush. Yes, I don't, which piece is that? My little red-haired girl making a wish. Which pattern is it? From whom? Be patient, okay, Dragon Lady, it's important. So, oh, yes, probably from Stitches So Beautiful, right? It will be worth it, you know. I know you can cheat and start, you know, beforehand. Some already cheated, I know, you know who you are. But it's so much more memorable and fun to start together, you know, like count to 3, 2, 1 and start together. It's special, you know, and stitch something else before that. I'm sure you've got plenty of projects that you can, you know, stitch to distract you. It will be worth it to start together, and I'm looking forward to it. And before that, we're I don't know when, I don't know, before or after a marathon, we can do a cross stitch medal sow as well. So you guys let me know when you would like to do that one. Jeanine says the Belgian chocolate here is usually in the shape of seashells. Oh, I know those you're talking about, like a transition from dark to white chocolate. Yes. Which we never really understood, but boy is tasty. I'd rather be great big chocolate bar, though. Yes, I know which one you're talking about. It's quite well known, the seashell ones. You always see them in airports. Probably a lot of people buying them as gifts. But I think it's more milk chocolate rather than dark chocolate. Ellen says from Wikipedia, Black and Green is a British chocolate company founded in 1991. Okay, very recent. Kind of, well, comparing, well, for a chocolate brand. I don't know how long Montezuma has been around, probably recent years as well. I've never seen them before. Yes, I think Green and Black has been around much longer. Since 90s, so we're talking about 25 years. That's a long time. That's a long time. It's okay, okay? Just be here on time next time. Yes, dragon ladies, they're cheaters out there, okay? Some of them already started, all right? They started a marathon 3 weeks before the actual marathon. Yes, it's up to you, you know, dragon lady. If you just cannot wait anymore, it's just calling your name, then go for it, okay? I won't judge, maybe just a little bit. But if you can wait, it will be so much fun to start together. I'm still waiting for my fabric. Janine says, I look to see if I can call out of work on Saturday, but unfortunately, I can't. So I have to work. Oh, Janine. But we're here for 10 hours, though, so maybe you can make it for a little bit. Yes. And we have the replay as well. So someone will have to fill in Janine's role and just make sarcastic comments about Yogi's stitching, all right? Can someone step in and just and take over, please? Oh, that's Susan. No, I'm kidding. All right, just one stitch here. Oh, Rachel says 1991, 35 years ago. Okay, I can't count, Rachel. You should know by now. Math, numbers is not my forte. Oh, what happened? What happened there? Dragon Lady said, Yogi just did a long stitch. Have I? Where? What was the last color I did? Hang on, let me have a look. Long stitch. I don't even know how to do long stitch. And I did it by accident. I'm clearly talented. Long stitch. Where was the last stitch I did? Here. This one. Or that one. This one. Did I? Oh, maybe I did. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Is it this one you're talking about? Did I? So this is where I part. the last part thread. And this one, did I do a long stitch? As in, what do you mean? 3 stitches back. Oh dear. How do I even trace it back? I'm trying to see from the screen. Long stitch. So this one's the last one. And then you've got this one. I'm trying to trace it back. Is it this color you're talking about? This one looks okay. Or have I? Crossover. This one. Are you talking about this one? Janine says, no one can be like me, you know that. Yes, Janine, can you record just a few sarcastic comments, you know, to roast Yogi? And I can play randomly throughout the entire marathon. So the whole thing feels balanced, you know? And have I fixed it? Move to the right. Top lake, that was it. Have I removed it? Have I removed it? I'm just looking at the screen. I cannot see anything that looks wrong. Oh, no. That's correct, right? It's all good, right? Have I fixed it? I fixed it, right? Nothing escapes the chat, okay? I think we're good. Yes, good. Oh, thank you, Dragon Lady. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I stitch 1/2 instead. And how kind of you call it long stitch, as if that was deliberate. Susan. I'm sure Susan can probably do a decent job, right? And this is good now, right? Jeannie says, if I could do that for you, I would. I'll try to pop in throughout the day and see how you're doing. Yes, when you pop in, just throw out a random, you know, comments. Just go, hey, Yogi, is that piece, the new piece is looking great. When is it going to the bin? And the fire pit. All right, I might as well do this one. So Dragon Lady is actually paying attention, huh? Very impressive. See you later, Ellen. Sweet dreams. Night-night to Ellen. Jeannie just say no kale. No. Be nice to kale, okay? Jeannie. This is going actually quite well. Just one stitch with this one. Lady says, I was late because of shopping for thread storage boxes for new stars. Oh, yes. All right then. Yes, you're doing preparation for classes. Yes, okay. I'm gonna end this color here. Susan, I told you. You know, you and Susan, the dynamic duo. $3,760. $3,760. You two, stop it. Yes, and kale goes into the bin, and also my whips. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's like that, is it? Okay. And my favorite things to eat at the moment is lettuce leaves, iceberg lettuce, and oh, why do I have this one already? Where is this coming from? Okay, iceberg lettuce and red peppers. Yellow one is quite nice as well. Just peppers, not a green one though. The green ones I'm not particularly crazy about at this point. So this one, I'm thinking whether I'm going to park. 1, 2. Okay, sincere apologies if you're allergic to part threads. Today is not a great day for you. But it's flowing really nicely. I'm really happy. Really enjoying it. Oh, it's all kicking off with Dragon Lady. She's got a Stitch is so beautiful, right? Make a wish. European bistro, is that the dimensions? A museum after midnight. And house moving castle. Wow. So the European bistro, that's the dimensions kit, isn't it? I do like that piece. And who's the artist of that one? Is it Is it O'Brien? John O'Brien? I don't think it is. I think it's someone else. It's got that very similar kind of feel to it, but I don't think it is. And that one as well. It's actually 5 new starts. You've lost count. Janine says, I have the best iceberg letter wedge with blue cheese dressing, cherry tomatoes and Parmesan cheese. Or is it palm cheese? You mean Parmesan on a cruise? Oh, yes, I suppose. Yes. The tricky thing about, like, you know, going on a buffet is that the veggies have to be so fresh, particularly with, you know, raw veggies. Otherwise, it's pretty bad. You know, soggy lettuce and stuff like that. Oh, do not want that. Hey, Chivers says hello, everyone. Finally home from work. Well done. Congratulations. Now it's time to play. One, two. What's up? What's up? Who's raising the alarm bell? I'm doing well, right? No? What's up? Is someone just trying to scare me? Monique, hello? Who's raising an alarm bell? Stop it. Let me know what is it? I thought it was doing so well. Where is it? Here. Oh, Sidri says last one you marked was not stitched. Which one? Oh, hang on. I know. I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. I did wonder. I was thinking, as I was marking it, I was thinking, maybe. Hang on, let me just sort this one out first. So the last one was it this one? I have not. Which one was it? I know which one you're talking about. Let me just have a look. Okay. Oh, someone's watching. Oh, yes, that one, right? That one. I'm going to remove it right here. Oh, nothing escapes the chat. Seriously. I did wonder when I marked that one. I was thinking, well, have I done that one then? Because that one is slightly to the right. And I wasn't sure. Oh, well done. Sidri unlurked herself to come forward and to raise alarm to save Yogi's project right there. Round of applause. Yes, two stitches to the right. So I have unmarked it. Yes. Thumbs up. And what do I do without you guys? I don't know. I end up with a very different piece. Janine says they're very good restaurants on the cruise too, not just buffet. Oh, so you can order a la carte dishes. That's good. Yes. I saw a documentary about buffet on the cruises. They're saying that it's kind of, you know, there are tons and tons of food, literally, you know, in weight, feeding people 24 hours a day, every day. And Monique, how are you? Citri says, I could not sleep, had to help you. Well done. Yes, Citri, it should be like, you know, past midnight, nearly 1 o'clock over there. But you're putting, you know, your insomnia into good use, saving yogi. Amazing. Busy Mom says, time to stitch Working on Roaster Farm by Donna Gelsinger. And I think I'm going to try Chris method. I'm going to have to watch that video very soon because you guys been referring to the medal method, Chris method. I need to know what it is. That's different. Because diagonal, you know, I'm aware of diagonal stitching. I need to figure out what the difference is. Can anyone just summarize for me a little bit? So what's the fundamental difference with the Chris method? That is just so amazing. I need to know. And of course, I will be, you know, watching the video as well. But until I can, you know, find the time to do it, someone save me. Give me a summary. Help. Catherine, hello. Great to see you. Are you stitching today? I'm going to park it here. And this one, just one stitch over here, and now I have to decide whether to park. Maybe not, it's quite short. Monique says, allergy season for me, causing insomnia, sleeping only for an hour after hour. Really? It affects your sleep. Well, I suppose if you're congested or itchy, it's probably harder to sleep. Very nice. Sidri, so this is a summary for the medal method, is it? Sidri says 3 blocks high, 3 blocks wide, stitching in diagonal cross country. So 3 blocks high, but 3 blocks wide as well. So we're talking about like a square, like a box, like that big. Let me zoom out a little bit. And then diagonal. So 3 by 3, okay, 3 by 3 at a time, or rather like this big. And then diagonal until completion. So diagonal as in block by block diagonal cross country, or just random cross country from left to bottom. Catherine says started one of Chris's pattern with his stitching method, trying to figure out and get a flow, I think. Interesting. I think it's got multiple options on the video. I only kind of just skip through quickly, trying to figure out what's in the video. I have not stopped and watched properly. But I did see some slightly cross-country looking thing and some very neat, kind of slightly scary method as well. Okay, so Sidri says, starting upper left, half block. Oh, half a block at a time. So 3 by 3, like this, okay? And basically draw a line through, diagonally through the middle, and cross country, the first half, and then the other, and park. Do you park? So 3 by 3 block at a time, is it? That's the working area. Scanning right to left. Oh, so half a block like 3 by 3 block like this, starting from upper left, filling in half a block at a time, and park. So cross country, so color completion, is that what we're talking about? Because cross country, normally you can end, you end the stitches sometimes when you run out of the thread. So are we doing color completion, or just stitch until the next stitch is too far away, or when you run out of floss? And then once you've done that, you start to complete the other half. But why 3 by 3? Is it just the comfort zone for the stitcher? Amanda says, I hope my graduating college senior by reading his capstone paper draft. And now I'm dealing with floss chaos. I did post a picture just in case anyone wants to see what happens when I start organizing. Oh dear. It's okay. I've got past threads, you know, to show it's messy enough. But if you want to see Amanda's situation, you can go to Facebook group. We have a Facebook group. And Busy Mom says he also does row by row. Yes, I think he had one that's so neat that got me slightly nervous. So row by row is also diagonal, is it? And also half the block, is it? So the working area is 3 by 3. That's it? Sidri says diagonal lines through every half block. So basically color completion or cross country, finish the triangle first, the first half, and then the other half. Is there any specific reason that you do that, or maybe just fun to do? Catherine says row by row and park in diagonal. Row by row, I'm slightly scared. I don't think I can manage. I'll probably, you know, have a breakdown in about an hour into it. Because, you know, I have done horizontal row by row, 1 block or 2 blocks at a time. I manage a little bit, but I do give myself permission, just like Needle Ninja does, that if you have a stitch above of the same color, you're allowed to stitch below. So it's not, it's kind of row by row, but not very strict. So you do create a very organic, you know, line there. But if very strict row by row, I don't think I'm able to do it. My brain would just fight. I'm trying to get out. So diagonal lines through every half a block. So I'm just trying to imagine half a block. So color completion or cross country within half a block. Oh. And Jeanine says, I'm stitching Cats in Love row by row like Ellen, but doing, so Ellen's doing a row by row, is she? Oh, alien. Row by row is a strict row by row. And Ellen, but doing 2 blocks at a time instead of 1. Okay, so Ellen's doing block by block, row by row. Wow, there's so many different combinations, isn't it? Let me just part this one here. And let me just double check this thread. 996. I'm not convinced it's correct. This one, no. Oh, this one should be fine. Yes. Catherine has posted. Let's have a look then. There's some examples on the Facebook group. Hang on, let me show you guys. Okay, and you also, if you're part of the group, you will be able to see it close up. Amanda, I see your mess. You're not kidding. You're not kidding. Let me just show you. And also Sarah, I don't know whether Sarah's doing the chat, but I thought this was so perfect. What Sarah has chosen from Chris's pattern. These two totally match. One ginger kitty, one black kitty, and this piece is just like that. Ah, it's so sweet. So sweet. That's a wonderful choice. And I didn't notice this piece has got back stitching for the mouth. I did wonder because I thought, well, they don't look like cross stitches, and it turned out they are back stitching. And I think, there's no reason Chris needs to remove this one. I don't think anybody will mind. It's just tiny bit of back stitching. But I think Chris, being a perfectionist, he removed this piece from the listing, and because it's kind of slightly different from the other piece. You don't have to, Chris, put it back. Let me have a look. Okay, so this is Catherine's. Oh, I get it. Okay, so Catherine, are you planning to do 3 by 3? So we're talking about cross stitch methods, one of the methods. I think there are 2 or 3 different versions, right? So this one is half a block completion. So is the next one you're gonna cross over to the half a block cross 3 blocks, right? So this is very strict diagonal. This is very similar to what needlebox is doing, isn't it? Is it different other than the fact that you're working within a smaller area? It's a kind of needlebox. Needlebox, I think she would do a lot across more distance, and I don't know whether she did row by row or color completion. I don't know. There's so many different combinations you can do this. So we're talking about basically a strip at a time, 10 by 10, 10 cross, 10 stitches with diagonal strip. Is that correct? So, and you do row by row within. Wow, that is a little bit on the, on the sort of challenging side for me. And Amanda's mess. If you think your crafting space is, in a bit of a state, just look at this one. All right. But very nice. This is what happens when you're organizing things, right, Amanda? And at the end, it's going to be so neat, right? It's going to be so tidy. I can see Trevor. Trevor's face is here. Oh, Trevor. Yes. Amanda, enjoy the organization. It's therapeutic. It's therapeutic when you organize. And at the end, you're going to get, a very organized space for sure. Right. So Sidri says parking in the next lower diagonal. So we're talking about 10 stitches cross and diagonal strip. And you can do row by row. You can do cross country. Am I getting the gist of the options here? And what else? 2 different methods. Sidri says the first diagonal area has 50 stitches. The next diagonal is 150, and next one we have 250. Okay, so we're talking about strips. I'm correct. Yes. And how is that different from needlebox? I can't recall whether needlebox was doing row by row. I think she was doing cross country. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But she would do it kind of maybe page height or maybe bigger. It was quite a long time ago when I saw it, so I can't remember. One, two. Janine says, I have tried diagonal, but it's not for me. I generally stitch diagonal. That's kind of my intuitive direction. It's just that I don't tend to do it in a very neat way. When I started doing parking, I was doing block by block parking, as I showed in the tutorial I did. And but that was as far as I go, was diagonal and then park. But I've never done strict kind of straight line diagonal that way. So diagonal for me is either block by block or Gemma's method or color flow. It's kind of slightly loose, kind of moving down a diagonal direction, but not straight line. Hi, Crafty Tabby Cat says, everyone, hi, the Work Lurk Club. Enjoy. Hopefully you're having a great day at work, and thank you for saying hello. Catherine says, I always cross country, no parking. This is the opposite. Yes. Are you enjoying it right now? So if you never parked before, it's got to be quite a big change. I mean, personally, I love parking, so parking is not a problem. Is the strict, more strict diagonal kind of line. Because if you're doing diagonal 10 stitches wide in a strip, essentially there's it's similar to if you're doing horizontal 10 10 stitches height stitches. I don't know, maybe it's different because diagonal. And is Chris saying that he would do up to 3 by 3 blocks and complete that as an area and then move on, restart again? Is he what he's doing? Janine says, I wish Chris left that one on his side. Yes, I'm just asking to bring it back, or maybe he's going to recharge it to make it work for just full cross stitch. But I think Chris being such a perfectionist, he's probably thinking that this one is all one out. But I don't think anybody will mind that. Ah, okay. So Catherine says follow the diagonal row by row and start the next diagonal. I could try it. I don't know how long I would last. I've seen people doing that actually, not necessarily in such a small area. Some people just do it row by row, diagonal, or some people do cross country and then park. So the difference, I think, between Catherine, what you are demonstrating here is you only park within that strip, right? So that's the difference. The version I saw, maybe from Needlebark, I'm not sure, that you could park outside as well. You know what I mean? So you stitch diagonal 10 stitches wide at the time. But from what I saw from Catherine is she's parking within that strip. Nothing was outside from that area. And I think some people park outside as well if there's nothing within the strip, or maybe it's too far away. And this one as well. I might give it a go. Just don't know how long I will last. Sidri says different because of the limitation of 3x3 blocks. So, okay, so other than the smaller area 3x3, and did Chris say why 3x3? Is it just his comfort zone? I'm just thinking whether there are reasons for that. I think to restrict it into smaller area is probably good because there's a sense of completion, isn't it? And then you can start again. Otherwise, if you start doing the diagonal strip and keep going, it will probably look, I don't know. If you don't park outside the strip, then essentially you finish the whole lot. Yes, I think it's probably good for patience because you don't have to do like a huge area before, because if you just keep going, the strip gets longer and longer and it takes longer to finish. You might get sort of a bit impatient. I'll definitely love to try it. Catherine says very slow, row by row. She says I'll be way further cross country. Yes, I think there's a cross country version that I've seen people do. You work within the same area, and with parking as well. I'm just thinking, how would you park? No, you don't park. You just stitch until you run out of threads. A similar way that you stitch any, a cross country, any other way. So that's one option as well. But I can imagine row by row, yeah, and park at a time, park as well. Because even if you look at color flow, it may be, you might think it's kind of slow because you can only do a few stitches at a time and park. It will be probably faster than row by row because I have some freedom to move around the area. I don't have to do straight diagonal, I don't have to do straight line, and I just need to make sure the stitches are attached together. So it's a slightly different, probably, the way Catherine's stitching probably slower than, potentially slower than color flow. Because for instance, now with this one, I can basically move to a different area as long as, the stitches are attached to other stitches. I can stitch it. So I have some freedom. But I think, so depending on the type of pattern though. So I have not stitched Chris's pattern, so I don't know how the confetti level of it. I think it might fare better with lower confetti patterns. I mean, with max colors, maybe slightly different story. Elaine says it's slower, but you achieve really nice even stitches, plus you don't get lost in the pattern. So, okay, so very similar benefit as what I'm doing here, color flow. It's not as uniform, but essentially very similar reason that you do it is even stitches, and also you're probably less likely to get lost. Depends on how big the area that you're working within. So maybe that's why that he's kind of narrowing down to 3 by 3, which is not a small area, but it's smaller than a page, for instance. A lot of people work within like a page area. But ultimately, if you put the speed aside, depends on whether that's your ultimate goal. If you really enjoy the neatness of the stitching method, then it's enjoyable. It's not all about speed. Say slow stitching yogi. Of course it's not. I'm breaking rules here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Night, Sidri. Oh, good. And Sidri is not watching. So watching every step I make. Busy Mom says he goes outside if there's nothing in strip or far away. Oh, in terms of parking. Okay, so that's very similar to what I saw. It could have been needlebugs. I think a lot of stitchers probably do a very similar version. Maybe in a larger area, maybe like a page or something. But so you primarily park within the strip. If you can't find any or too far away, then you park outside if there's a symbol nearby. Okay, so in a way, yes, I get it. I get it now. I would love to try just to see if by narrowing down, reducing the area they're working in, whether it's going to make it less challenging psychologically for me. Because for me, it's more about If it's too neat, if I can't park outside the strip, I probably struggle. And if the strip gets longer and longer each time, I struggle as well. So maybe the 3x3 is a good idea. Ah, see, that's why Sidri says more rewarding with 3x3. So there's there's kind of a milestone that you can hit relatively quickly. I mean, depends on your speed. But yes, I think that might be good as a psychological reward. So you complete, there's a sense of completion that you've done it, and now you can move on for the next bit, and it feels good. So by the end, within that area, you basically end all the threads, right? So you will not part to the next area. Janine says that's why mini cross country, so I don't get lost in a pattern. I usually cross country by my own typewriter method. So Janine's combining typewriter with cross country, and do it kind of mini distance. Yes, I think it depends. Normally with 25 counts, I'm happily doing sort of, short distance, mini cross country. But with 28, for some reason, I just want to keep going. Probably because just the size of the stitches, because you are not moving that far away in terms of real distance, but from the chart's point of view, you're probably going a lot further. So there's some sort of, perception kind of thing going on there. For some reason, I'm less disciplined with 28 counts. I just want to keep going and see what happens to my gecko rouge. Hey! Busy Mom says, I'm slow no matter what. Oh, the lady of my own heart. Exactly. That would be my line right there. Can I borrow it? I'm going to steal it. I'm slow no matter what. So why does it matter? I just need to enjoy it. Exactly, Busy Mom. That's it. You have to enjoy the method and just forget about the speed. If it's fast, it's fast. If it's not, it's not. No big deal. And, how do you measure the speed anyway? How fast is fast? If you think you're fast, just think Komari. Suddenly, you probably think again. Suddenly you think, well, maybe I'm not that fast. So relative. Catherine says you can park at the next closest in the diagonal. You can park at the next closest in the diagonal in row order. Yes. So essentially you're doing row by row, just like you do if you do vertical row by row, but you're doing a diagonal. Hey, Kristen. Hello, hello. Kristen just realized it would take her 37 years to complete a full size Heaven and Earth. And let's see if she's still stitching or has she given up? All right, here. All right, gradually it's, it's looking a little bit more respectable, a little bit more like color flow kind of pattern. You just have to ignore the little ones. And it's great because when I was doing minimum to max within this vast area, I was being very ambitious. I've taken care of a lot of ninja stitches, you know, from the minimum number of stitches. So in a way, it's going to pave my way, probably make things a little bit easier as I stitch forward and move toward this area. Janine says, I'll be dead in 37 years. Do not say things like that. Oh, Janine, I need you to be alive, okay? To come to the streams. Dragon Lady says, I do not stitch to finish things. I stitch because it's fun. I have, however, accidentally finished a few things. That's the kind of accident I have not come across yet. You have to teach me a few things. How do you accidentally finish things? Kristen says, finished a tiny stitch today. Just one stitch? And and a very tiny one. It's taken a whole day to stitch. Kristen, that's got to be a very special stitch. Just one stitch. All right then. So now it's 12:30. Oh, time flies. Let me do this one. Let this color to be the last one. I actually have 4 stitches. Ooh, party time. 4 stitches. Janine says, I'll be 97 years old. Well, you'll be a spring chicken still. 97 is nothing. You know, there's a lady who's a fitness trainer. I think she's from Japan, a Japanese lady, and she's like 93 this year. She's a qualified fitness trainer. She's as fit as anything, and she eats a lot every day. She just decided to go on a fitness journey. I think age 65 or something, when she lost her husband, and she decided to go to the gym, and then in her, I think, 80s, she decided to become a qualified fitness trainer. You heard me right. In her 80s, 70s or 80s, she decided to be a fitness trainer. So, and she's been a fitness trainer since. And this year, I'm pretty sure she's like 93 or something like that. And she's still teaching classes. Janine, you have plenty of time. All right. Beautiful. I'm going to park it down here. There. Dragon Lady says, you keep stitching while Yogi stitches and chats. Before you know it, your piece is done. Oh, see, that's the magic. You know, some stitchers, as they listen to Yogi, they fall asleep. You know, no names, Lynn, but Dragon Lady, she just keeps stitching. That's it. That's it. That's where some of you have gone wrong. You know, instead of napping, just keep stitching. Oh, Kristen, not just one single stitch, like for pendant. Yes, Kristen makes like tiny piece of fabric and stitch, like, is it 56 or 40 something counts, tiny high fabric count, and she will stitch like a little shape there and then turn it into necklace. Very special. Tiny stitches, Kristen. Amanda says, that's what I'm doing. One stitch, matted frame and hang on the wall. Oh. Janine says, I won't be able to walk when I'm 90. Do not sell yourself short. I'm sure you can. with a bit of help, I'm sure the husband is going to be there, you know, and go, hey, Jeannie, just one step at a time. You can do it. All right, then, let's have a look. And let's see what's happening here with my Trevor. So today I didn't really touch Trevor, and because, you know, the Trevor's lower part, lower body, Trevor's, you know, lower body is still yet to be done. But I'm kind of thinking, I'll probably change my mind, okay? I'm thinking maybe having a hard stop here so I don't go, it doesn't get out of control. And I can keep moving to the right for a little bit more until I feel like maybe I want to come back. So there's a little bit here still to be done. But today it's been going really well. I think I was, you know, I wasn't so sure because I'm transitioning from previous slightly detour of the minimum to max and a little bit of random cross country for the last couple of sessions. Normally when I do that is when I'm kind of, you know, maybe not really flowing with it. But today it's definitely flowing. Look at this. When we start in the beginning, let me show you, okay? As you're watching Yogi stitching, you probably don't realize. When we started this session, this whole chunk wasn't there. It just looked like, you know, someone cheated and tried to do something weird. Look at this. It's all there. It's looking really nice. I have no idea what's going on here. It looks like some sort of maybe fabric or something. There's a little crease here, but there's a little star sign for sure. And it's looking really, really nice. Do you not think, guys? Yes, so this piece is called Vintage Toys 2 by Aimee Stewart, and it's such a fun piece. Let me just quickly show you the mock-up. If you've never seen this nice and big like this. It's gorgeous and it's so much fun. And I almost do not want to see beyond the area I'm looking at. I try to have a little look, but I want to be surprised, just like a Rouge and all my projects. I want to focus on what I'm doing here. And when I move forward, it's going to be a nice surprise and discover all sorts of things. So this is the piece I'm stitching today. And I'll definitely come back a little bit more. And of course, I'm going to share with you my stitch count, okay, today. If you're wondering, this method is going to be fast, slow, whatever. But then you have to know my normal speed, okay, my average stitches and comparing to my normal speed. Okay, so I am going to zoom out a little bit just so you know where I am. I'm on the upper left there. Keep zooming out. Yes, this is regular size and max colors. Okay, here we go. So guys, are you ready? I'm going to count down and share the stitch number with you. 3, 2, 1. There. Actually, not bad, guys. You know, considering how confetti in the beginning was. I had a lot of ninja stitches. And also I'm doing color flow, tidying things up. The grand total of the number I have stitched today is 180 exact. Yes, beautiful finish, beautiful number. Wonderful. And Needle says, I think Trevor needs some arms. Yes, I think Trevor needs some legs as well. Do you not think, Needle? Yes, arms and legs will be very handy, so our Trevor can move around. I think it's going really well. Just let me have a quick look. Percentage 2.23. Okay, it's moving forward slightly, I'm sure. And yes, I'm very, very happy. Look at this. And it's looking a lot more sort of complete. Okay, not a lot of loose stitches. There's some bits I still have to fix, but I think it's going really well, isn't it? Ginny, do you think this is for the fire pit? Yes, Ginny say not bad for that method. Yes, exactly. So everyone, thank you for joining me today. And it's Tuesday today, and tomorrow's Wednesday. Is not Aimee Stewart, Dimensions South tomorrow, okay? And I'll see how it goes. If I get a new fabric for Max the cat, then I will start tomorrow. If you have that piece, get it ready, and you can start, to be honest. But otherwise, I'll continue with Maggie, which is a joy, and I will start Max next week, which means I have 2 pieces from Dimensions that I can cycle around. It's just more fun, double the fun, and maybe triple at some point in the future as well. So from here, from the sleepy London town, 16 minutes to 1 o'clock, guys. And Yogi signing out, and I will see you tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of your day or night, and eat some chocolate in between. Power snacks for power stitching. I'll see you tomorrow. Night night. Love you all. Bye bye.